Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Valentine's Day, and welcome to the February 14, 2017 Board of Supervisors meeting in San Francisco. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam President. President Breed.
Here.
Breed present. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen present. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell present. Supervisor Fewer.
Present.
Fewer present. Supervisor Kim. Kim present. Supervisor Peskin.
Present.
Peskin present. Supervisor Ronan.
Present.
Ronan present. Supervisor Safai.
Present.
Safai present. Supervisor Sheehy.
Present.
Sheehy present. Supervisor Tang.
Present.
Tang present. Supervisor Yee.
Present.
Yee present. Madam President, all members are present.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Clerk, do you have any communications?
There are none to report, Madam President.
Okay, please call our first item.
Special order at 2 p.m. is the appearance by the Honorable Mayor Edwin Lee. There being no questions submitted from supervisors of the odd districts, the mayor may address the board for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome, Mayor Lee. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President Breed. And good afternoon, supervisors and members of the public. And also wish happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Supervisors, your chocolates are on the way. But I am happy to be in the city that has all of our hearts, as compassionate, as strong as it is. And since there are no questions this week, I did want to talk for a few minutes about something that's been on the minds of many of us, and that's health care. Yesterday, we signed the legislation, and thank you again to the entire board, unanimous supported legislation for the UCSF Research Building ground lease. This agreement, which was passed by you, and just proves that we'll continue to be a city at the forefront of health research and medical achievements. Last year, we helped launch UC San Francisco's SFCAN initiative, which is a citywide collaboration to prevent and reduce cancer in San Francisco. It focuses on cutting down health inequities among our disenfranchised communities, and it's another example of how we care for our residents. We also have the Zuckerberg-Chan initiative, the BioHub, which brings together the premier universities of the region to fight and cure diseases. We have world-class hospitals and, of course, a level 1 trauma center, and we have a great network of clinics and providers that are dedicated to keeping all San Franciscans healthy. And now, we also have a free college tuition to ensure our residents have the education and training for the jobs that are in these growing fields. We are a city dedicated to providing compassionate care in San Francisco and have led the way again and again in this field. And we showed this by launching Healthy San Francisco, leading the fight against HIV, our efforts to increase pedestrian safety, and ensuring that everyone who works and lives in San Francisco has access to health care. Well, we must call upon these traits again as we move forward in a time of uncertainty and anxiety in the healthcare world. We want people to be able to go to their doctors regardless of their immigration status, regardless of their sexual orientation, their gender identity, or their pre-existing conditions. With women's health, LGBT health, Medicare, Medicaid, and the American Care Act all are under attack at the national level, we as San Francisco must lead the way. And while it's too soon to know exactly what the changes will be, we do know that we'll need partnership and trust in dealing with the fallout. The ACA and the Medicaid have real-life impacts in our city, and we have 133,000 people insured under the Affordable Care Act, plus another 100,000 under Medicaid. And I've been working with mayors across the country to fight for the ACA. Obviously, the eliminating coverage, expansions, or reducing its protections has serious consequences for local government. We're all calling on Congress to build up rather than tear down the progress that we've made in recent years. Next week, I'll be joining the Day of Action on the Affordable Care Act with mayors across the state and across the country to fight for the health of our communities. We'll be calling on the state and federal lawmakers to do the right thing, not only for the constituents, but also for the state and country as a whole. Here in San Francisco, we care about our residents, and a healthy city is a safer city, and I hope and I can count on your support to work together as we face these challenges ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for being here today. All right, Madam Clerk, let's get to our regular agenda. Please call the first item.
Items 1 and 2, the consent agenda, are considered routine. If a member objects, an item may be removed and considered separately.
All right, seeing no names on the roster, please call the roll.
On items 1 and 2, Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan.
Aye.
Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy.
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Yi.
Aye.
Yi, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Fewer.
Aye.
Fewer, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The ordinance finally passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 3 is a resolution to authorize designated city officials to execute and file on behalf of the city any actions necessary for the purpose of obtaining state and federal financial assistance under the various grant programs, the federal fiscal year 2017, Urban Areas Security Initiative Grant, the State Homeland Security Grant Program, Emergency Management Performance Grant, and the Local Government Oil Spill Contingency Plan Grant Program.
Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Valentine's Day to each and every one of you. Colleagues, I just want to touch base on item 3. We've had a long and robust conversation about this item in committee, specifically the Budget Committee. And as you can see, we've made several amendments to the resolution to begin to peel back and to address many of the concerns that not only committee members shared, but also community members have shared with us through public comment. The main concern regarding San Francisco's ability The main concern was regarding San Francisco's ability to withhold funding from other counties, particularly those employing a program called Urban Shield. Now, what I didn't know prior to this whole discussion was that San Francisco is the fiscal agent responsible for a handful of other counties as it relates to the funds associated with Urban Shield, as well as the overall amount of funds. And by definition, and for your edification, Urban Shield is a intensive training program and exposition that simulates and uses military-grade equipment to prepare law enforcement officials to respond to a variety of emergency scenarios. Now, this is a very popular event, mostly around law enforcement, first responders, and others. Urban Shield, you should know, is controversial. It's a controversial program with opponents seeing it as an example of the increasing militarization of local police forces. As someone who's been most outspoken member on the Board of Supervisors with regards to community and police relations, I've asked many questions, as has my colleagues on the committee, really to put myself in a better position to understand the role and the responsibility of a fiscal agent, and most importantly, what is the scope of our power as fiscal agents to impact programming that other counties use for this funding. And we were advised by the Deputy City Attorney, John Givner, that it's not in our city scope of authority to tell any county how to use their funds. We accept that. While it's not our legal role to tell other counties how to use the UWASI grant dollars, it is our responsibility to, as a regional partner and frankly a national leader on police reform, to begin to address this concern that we've heard loud and clear. And to this end, we introduced a series of amendments last week that recognizes these concerns and, more importantly, urges the counties that use the bulk of the UWASI grant funding to prioritize preventative emergency management services to begin to focus on the things such as planning and risk management or medical or public health. We've also included language to require that the Department of Emergency Management come back to the Board of Supervisors when we do receive the funds for a more formal accept and expend process so that we can have another opportunity to review these very important dollars. Now, I'm fully supportive of many of the programs that the UWASI grant funds. It includes NERT training, as well as many of the resiliency programs that are in our neighborhoods. There are several additional issues about the UWASI grant that I believe still need to be addressed. So this specifically includes our ability to amend the MOU with UWASI, which allows San Francisco to be the fiscal agent for the grant. Additionally, it was brought to my attention in committee that we have members of our own San Francisco city family who participate in the Urban Shield activities. Really, what's most important is that since the committee appearance, I've been trying to do my due diligence in reaching out to legislative stakeholders who receive UWASI grant funding. I think it's important to be mindful that we are regional partners in this discussion. And I'm asking for a continuance of 1 week so that I can continue this due diligence. I have not been... Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. I have not been able to fully to touch everyone. Specifically, I'm going to be reaching out to the sheriff of Alameda County. So I hope that you'll be able to support this continuance. It's a modest one. It's only asking for 1 week. We will hear this item again on February 28th, and thank you for the consideration. Thank you, Madam President.
Supervisor Cohen, you're asking to continue this item for 2 weeks?
I'm sorry, I think I said 1 week, but I think the date is February 28th, which is 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cohen has made a motion to continue this item to the meeting of February 28, 2017. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Kim. Colleagues, can we take the continuance without objection? Without objection, this item will be continued to the meeting of February 28, 2017.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item 4 is a resolution to authorize a sublease through September 30th, 2025 at 1440 Harrison Street with Harrison Assets, LLC for a total first-year rent of approximately $3.6 million, which amount shall increase annually on each July 1st beginning in 2018 by 3% and 3 5-year options to extend for use by the Human Services Agency.
See no names on the roster. Colleagues, can we take this item? Supervisor Tang.
Sorry, I thought that since this item came out of Budget Committee without recommendation, I would speak to it. So some of the concerns that we raised in committee was the fact that while we do understand this is a very important function for a Human Services Agency, what gave us pause in committee was just regarding the fact that the school district is actually the landlord, and there's actually a sub or someone else that we actually rent through the HSA for this. And so the last we left at Budget Committee, we had heard that there wasn't any sort of flexibility with the school district on this. And so, today I am comfortable with moving forward on this item, but I also wanted to give a chance with other members of this board to address this item.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I was startled by the expense of this item, but have to say, as the recent author of the Chapter 23 amendments, that this was done pursuant to an appraisal, and the appraisal was independently reviewed, and the market data appears to be there to support it. It is painful to enter into such an expensive lease. This was brought to my attention by Supervisor Cohen, and I did spend a significant amount of time looking at it, and ultimately decided that while it is quite expensive, it is market rate, and that was verified by an independent appraisal and a subsequent independent review of said appraisal.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. So I too, along with my colleagues in the Budget Committee, raised several concerns about this lease renewal when it was initially discussed. Supervisor Peskin, thank you for honoring my request and taking a look at it. I had some outstanding concerns about the Department of Real Estate's negotiation process for the lease renewal, and it's my hope that we can get some clarity on these issues today. I've had some of these questions answered, but I'd like for the real estate to go on the record today. I think there's a representative here from real estate. Thank you for being here in Mr. Updike's absence. I appreciate it. So, colleagues, the real issue for me is it's interesting in who we're negotiating with. This is a school district property, but we're negotiating with a tenant that's a long-term tenant. And I agree that the appraisals are accurate and that I think it's a process question that leads me to be incredibly just uncomfortable. And I've got about 4 questions, I believe, for you. So what we are seeing is a 194% increase in rent for this lease renewal. 194%. That is significant. And so my question to the Department of Real Estate is, can you explain how this is justified and how this amount of increase was developed? Thank you.
Claudia Gorham, Assistant Director. Director Updike is out of the state. Yes, 194% is quite alarming. In 2012, when the lease renewal came up back then, the same transaction agent did that lease renewal as did the negotiations for this one. However, the sublessor or the tenant of the school district was different. In 2012, the tenant at that time wanted stability. They wanted one tenant and they wanted a long-term tenant. And they get both those things with the city. At that time, there was also negotiated of no percentage increases, and it was a great deal. Unfortunately for us, now we're in 2017, we have a new sublessor or tenant of the school district, and they want money. And because it comes to the negotiation that was done in the original lease, which said in this particular time period we have to go back and look at fair market value, an appraisal was done to determine that fair market value. And where we're at with our $63 per square foot is 95% of that. And that is where the market is.
Thank you. So why aren't we negotiating directly with the school district? Who actually owns the property?
Correct. The school district owns the property. They have a tenant that they have a ground lease with. That tenant gets to do what it wants with the property. We did reach out to David Golden at the school district to find out where they were with their negotiations with the current tenant, and he basically indicated that in 2015, the school district itself attempted to get out of the ground lease. However, that tenant did not want to do so. They had to go to arbitration, and it ended up kind of going against the school district as they had to increase, it went for the tenant in that the tenant didn't have to pay as much as they normally would have under what the school district wanted to. So it kind of backfired for the school district. We also asked David Golden if he was at all interested at some point in time talking about selling or renegotiating the lease with the city, and he basically states that if for some reason the school district ends up owning everything and doesn't have a ground lease, it would be their inclination not to sell the property.
All right, thank you. 2 more questions. I'm curious to know the reasons why we are not exercising our 8-year option to extend when we have a 5-year option available to us.
The 8-year, 3-month option coincides with the tenant's option in 2025. So by getting the 8-year, 3 months, we are at the same 2025 relook at the lease, which we're hoping at that time, depending upon the market, maybe the school district and the current tenant may want to renegotiate their agreement, and or we can slip in and do something with the school district ourselves.
But wouldn't this give the city an opportunity to renegotiate in 5 years under a different market?
We not only did the real estate look at the kind of rent modeling, but also we had the controller's office head economics, Ted Egan, look at that under different assumptions. And basically they ran it out 5 and 8 years using the 5-year square footage amount that the current sublessor would agree to, which is $75. So we'd have to do it under a higher square foot amount. And under both the scenarios of the controller's office and ourselves, under looking at a 5-year and 8-year, we would be paying more under the 5-year if we had gotten the 5-year.
Okay, so perhaps you can explain the reasons why the real estate didn't go through arbitration for the 5-year term.
I think there's several reasons. I think the first reason is that we didn't want to take the risk in having it be an even higher fair market value rate. If you go through the arbitration, you can do several appraisals, which may or may not come out in our favor. And we were thinking perhaps rather than finding this part of SOMA being the fringe, that they would actually find it in the highest rate in the city. And also, we have a relationship with these long-term landlords. And both of those reasons, we want to keep a good relationship, and we didn't want to take the risk of actually having a higher fair market value found, led us to come to the conclusion that arbitration was not in our best interest.
All right, thank you, Ms. Claudia. I appreciate your time and answers to my question, and the clarification is very helpful. Colleagues, when this deal was first brought to us in the Budget Committee, the full picture wasn't presented to the committee. And I'm grateful to be able to have these answers to my questions today. Real estate was able to do a very good job in answering them. I also think, though, that this highlights some of the underlying issues about the San Francisco Unified School District's properties and the city's relationship and leases on these particular properties. Now, I understand we are under a master lease agreement with this particular company that ties our hands. I just really hope that through this discussion that we can pursue any economically reasonable opportunity when the lease is up to eliminate the current lessee, cutting out the middleman. So that the city is dealing with the unified school district as opposed to as a middle person. It's a very lucrative position for that middle person to be in, but it is counterintuitive for us to be spending tax dollars in such a frivolous manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, President Bree. First of all, I want to thank the real estate folks for following up with my question in regards to the initial appraisal of the rents that were made as a comparison, because I thought that maybe there was some closer property to where this particular property was, and many of the appraisals or examples were further in downtown, which I thought would be more expensive. So you did follow up, came to my office to tell me that there was at least one more that was around the block in which the appraisal for that one, or the lease for that one, is a little bit higher than what we're getting it for. So that was to my satisfaction that it was a fair market rate that we were receiving. In fact, it looked like it was in the lower part of the market rate. I think it's Supervisor Cohen made some good points in regards to what's going to happen 8 years from now. I think we should go on record to let the school district know that we're interested in if they don't want to sell it, and we're still interested in leasing the property, to lease it directly to us. And we should probably write a letter to that, to that extent, just to say that they would never be able to say they didn't hear from us. I think that's really important, because people always forget what gets verbalized. So if your department can actually draft a letter and let them know, even though it's 8 years from now, I think it's worth doing.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Fewer.
Yes, thank you, President Breed. I just wanted to mention to my colleagues that I was on the Board of Education when this case came up, and I can assure you that it was very upsetting to the San Francisco Unified School District either. Also, our hands were tied. We looked at the services, also the Human Services Agency, and we know that we serve the same people. It was heartbreaking to us. I think we heard testimony today that the San Francisco Unified School District was trying to get out of that contract too. We thought and it is not normally how the San Francisco Unified School District operates around real estate, but I believe in this instance, the district has learned a lesson around contracts. And we were equally as upset, so I just wanted to assure people that the school district, if they had an opportunity actually to negotiate with the city around rents, I can assure you that it would have been much more of a generous offer.
Thank you. And I just want to add that, this is not the first time that we've had to have an in-depth discussion about a particular item forwarded out of committee to the full board. These are the kinds of things that need to take place in committee. And unfortunately, Supervisor Cohen's questions that she asked today should have been easily answered in committee last week. And so in the future, I would ask that the Department of Real Estate do a better job, as I have asked in the past, in providing the appropriate answers to many of these questions, especially around controversial leases. Thank you. And with that, colleagues, seeing no other names on the roster, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 5 is a resolution to authorize the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development to accept and expend a gift of approximately $6 million from RDF 75 Howard LP to the Citywide Affordable Housing Fund.
Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. Colleagues, just wanted to ask for your support on our first project that agreed to fee out at 33% affordable housing in our District 75 Howard without any type of height or density increase. This building and housing project is an example that our developers can and should give more affordable housing and are able to in certainly our neighborhoods and in developments such as these. This additional gift, they had already committed to the 20% offsite inclusionary fee with an additional $6 million that would make this gift equivalent to 33% of their offsite in lieu fee. I want to thank the developer for working very closely with our office to achieve this new standard, and colleagues ask for your support in accepting this gift that will go to our citywide affordable housing fund.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. The House is now changed. Colleagues, on item number 5, can we take this same house, same house, same call? Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. It is now 2:30, and we have 4 2:30 commendations, and so we will interrupt our regular business in order to honor some amazing individuals today. We will start with Supervisor Sheehy, who has... We're waiting still? Coming up the elevator. Okay. So, Supervisor Cohen, are you ready? Thank you.
Pedro, are you here? My person's not here either.
We will move on to Supervisor Tang.
All right. I know our person is here today, our honoree. It is my honor to bring up someone who has retired from our San Francisco Police Department. And I think at too young of an age, but I hope that he's enjoying his retirement. We are honoring today Garrett Tom, who in his last post at the San Francisco Police Department was a deputy chief. And so with that, I'd love for us to start with a round of applause. I know, I'm still getting comments. I can't believe this. So Garrett Tom had actually retired from our San Francisco Police Department late last year, and I could not let him leave quietly without some sort of recognition from this Board of Supervisors as someone who I believe has represented our police department just so well to the best of your abilities. And so Garrett Tom actually joined the police department before I was born in 1982, but yet he has no gray hair. I don't know how that's possible. He was born in Chinatown in Chinese Hospital. And some of his neighbors were former police chiefs Fred Lau and Heather Fong, retired Commander Richard Hom, and retired Police Ranger Master Wallace Jin. And Garrett Tom, he first encountered SFPD when he was only 10 years old, when he was at Garfield Elementary School, and had saw the San Francisco Police Band. And I didn't know this, but apparently you had wanted to be a singer at that time, but decided that instead you would become a cop because you thought you couldn't sing. I haven't heard yet, but we'll see. And since then, since joining the police department in 1982, he has served in almost every rank in the police department, from patrol officer, sergeant, inspector, lieutenant, captain, commander, and lastly as deputy chief. He has worked to teach drug education in elementary schools. He worked on bringing down major gang members and wanted murderers in Chinatown. He created a bilingual station team at Central Station to fight elder abuse in partnership with the district attorney's fraud unit. And he implemented security systems in public housing. And those are just a few of the things that he has worked on over the course of his over 3 decades of service at SFPD. As deputy chief of the Special Operations Bureau, he was responsible for the tactical unit, traffic, homeland security, Honda, mounted, dog, marine, bomb units, and the department's operations center and the hostage negotiation team. And prior to retiring, Mr. Tom served as deputy chief of the Professional Standards and Principal Policing Bureau, where he oversaw proposed reforms based on findings from the Department of Justice and the Blue Ribbon Panel. And he also worked to restructure the Crisis Intervention Team to provide officers with additional skills and tools to de-escalate situations. So if you, look back at Garrett Tom's his career, you've seen that he's received countless awards and recognitions locally at the state level from SFPD, really because I think he goes above and beyond the call of duty as a police officer. And I remember I brought him to Lincoln High School to chat with students there, and he shared with me a story, one of his most kind of harrowing experiences that he's ever had in SFPD. And this was when he was a patrol officer, and he was responding to a domestic service call with 2 other officers when they heard screams inside a house. And as they entered the residence, they were greeted by an angry individual waving a machete. And as the first one in, Mr. Tom very narrowly dodged a stab and slash from the assailant, and in doing so, he fell straight onto his back. But luckily, the 2 officers behind him charged and disarmed the attacker safely. And there were no casualties that day, and luckily, you're still alive too. But it was probably one of the scariest incidents he had to face in his life, and for that, he actually received the SFPD Bronze Medal of Valor. And so this weekend, I thought it was very fitting that for our annual Chinese New Year parade here in San Francisco, that you were bestowed the honor of being the Grand Marshal of that parade. And I know that there are so many other of your former colleagues who wish they could be here today, but I know they're all in a DOJ meeting of some sort right now. I see your former colleague, Captain Paul Yep, who's here. But just want to thank you so much for all of your service. And I want to shout out to your wife, Anita, and your sons, Everett and Ethan, who couldn't be here with you today, but hopefully they're watching somewhere. Just want to thank you for representing the police department in the best way possible. So congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you very much. What a tremendous honor this is. I've worked in the police department for 35 years, but I've also had the opportunity to create a great professional relationship with almost every one of the Board of Supervisors here. And not only a professional relationship, but I feel a personal relationship. I can call most of you, almost all of you, I think all of you, my friend. So thank you so much. Katie, I like to do a shout out to Supervisor Peskin also, because one of our officers who got shot in the head, he was the first one to arrive in the hospital among everyone. So, and Sandra, my neighbor, Malia, met you from day one. Yeah. Mark, great guy. Norman, it's all very supportive. Of course, Jane. And Hillary, congratulations. And Supervisor Sheedy, I just met you at the parade. Hope to see you again. But thank you very much. And of course, President Bree.
Thank you, Chief Tom. And we have a lot of fans at the Board of Supervisors who want to say a few words about your service to the city of San Francisco, starting with Supervisor Kim.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Tom, and I just want to thank you personally so much for your service and your leadership. I got to know you when you were the captain of Central Station, which oversees a small sliver of the district that I represent. But I've just always been so incredibly impressed by your dedication to our community, our city, and also in particular your leadership on making sure that we have more officers walking our beats and that we have officers that can speak the languages that our residents speak here in San Francisco. Actually, I really first met you when I just gotten elected to the Board of Supervisors, and you kindly drove me back to City Hall after I got my first briefing with the San Francisco Police Department. And it's always just so amazing to meet officers that were born in the city, that were raised in the city, and then decided that they want to give back to their community by making our community safer. And that was really showcased your whole time. While on SFPD, I was really proud to see you rise to the deputy chief level. And I also just appreciated your constant commitment, as I said, to the service. And you once said community policing is not just walking a beat. It is about knowing who lives, works, and frequents your beat. The beat officer has to be a fixture in the community. And you really were a fixture in the community. I love walking around Chinatown with you because so many people know who you are. And I just also want to thank you for your leadership around our blessing scams in particularly Chinatown, but targeting our immigrant elderly women that were vulnerable to these scams. It was challenging that we hadn't come up with any potential suspects for many, many years, but I was excited that SFPD finally was able to make its first arrest in this arena, and also just highlighting how important it is for our community members to come out and actually witness these crimes, because so many are so embarrassed that they were victims of these scams. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I was so sad about your retirement. We always welcome you back to come to do any more service for our city, but it's also just great to see you active in our events and our nonprofit organizations.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Fewer.
Yes, Deputy Chief Tom, as a fellow police family, my husband retired after 35 years of service. I just want to say thank you so much for the service to our city. I know the job is not an easy one, and it is not easy on families also. And so, as you retire and transition from the life of an officer to civilian life, I wish you much, much happiness, long life, a good life, good luck, good health, and also a huge thank you to your family for also their service to the city and county of San Francisco and the residents, because I know all those watches off canceled and those emergency calls in the middle of the night, my household received them too. My husband retired in 2012, and the moment that he turned in his papers, I turned around and I kissed him, and I felt like I kissed a free man. And so I hope it is with you too. Enjoy the rest of your life. You have done a great job in service for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fewer. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. Hard to top Supervisor Fewer's words, so I won't talk about kissing, but Chief Tom was truly a great Central District captain, and when he went on to the command staff, did a phenomenal job of mentoring his successor. You did your job selflessly, humbly, and in a way that brought you respect from all quarters, and your service at the department will be sorely missed. Congratulations. Go enjoy a few musicals and travel the world.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. I too just wanted to add my voice to the send-off remarks. I'm glad we were able to bring you to the chamber and to recognize you publicly, because your service deserves all the recognition. You are an incredible human being. You've done a great job serving our city, San Francisco, and I'm grateful that I met you on the first day of my new life as a public servant, and you gave excellent advice to me, and you told me to take it one day at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you so much, Chief Tom. We're going to miss you. Thank you for your service and your commitment to the city. And at this time, we want to ask Supervisor Tang and others to come up and join you for a photo.
Bring him in. Bring him in the middle.
Actually, Supervisor Tang, why don't you just bring them into the well, please? We'll take a quick 1-minute recess. Again, congratulations on your the city and county. Madam Clerk, please return from recess.
We're back from recess.
All right, great. So with that, I'd like to recognize Supervisor Sheehy for his commendation today.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. On the 20th anniversary of medical cannabis, it is my great honor to extend the board's commendation to Dennis Perrone. Dennis, so Dennis is a particular hero of mine, and I think the entire community of people, the LGBT community, and also people living with HIV. Dennis is the father of medical cannabis. He started a movement that spread across the entire country. We have to go back, really, to the early 90s, the 80s and the early 90s, when people with AIDS within my community were dying left and right, and there wasn't really much we could offer them in the realm of medicine. Dennis, who is a very close friend of Harvey Milk and one of those folks that Harvey Milk's career would not have succeeded without the assistance. Whenever Harvey needed bodies, Dennis always seemed to be able to produce people to walk precincts, show up at meetings, show up at demonstrations. But it was really in caring for his lover, Jonathan West, that Dennis discovered what had been ancient powers of cannabis to help patients. In this particular case, many people with AIDS were actually dying of starvation. They didn't have any appetite. They wouldn't eat. We had AIDS wasting. In addition, the pain and some of the other side effects of having HIV were so daunting. And what Dennis figured out was that just a little cannabis could help people live. And there are literally people alive today who would not be alive without Dennis, right? Because they were able to eat, they were able to hang on, they were able to get some relief from their symptoms long enough to survive till 1996, when we finally had medications that actually worked in controlling HIV. Dennis had this phenomenal space on Market Street where the Dolan building is, the Dolan law firm is now, 5 floors, which I think was probably the premier HIV hospice in the country, where people would come every day, hundreds, if not thousands, going through that building, an origami room, an art room, a video room, various activities that people could do. And really, these were people who were waiting to die, waiting to die. I first met Dennis, I think, in 1995. 1996, he launched Proposition 215, the first measure to legalize medical cannabis. Attorney General Lundgren shut down that building in the fall of 1996. And the impact of that was dramatic and stark to the people who've been staying there. I still remember talking to an individual in tears. He's like, I'm dying. I know I'm dying. But this was a place I could go and be with other folks like me, with a place where I could find relief and camaraderie. And now I'm just sitting at home alone, waiting for that day I die. Dennis, tremendous hero. We won 215. This is 20 years of when 215 came into effect. Had a nice run for governor. But I just want to say thank you. Thank you from all of us you've kept alive for overturning the stigma that cannabis has had for so long and for really creating a national health movement that has changed the world.
Thank you, Jeff. I came to San Francisco 30 years ago to find love and to change the world. I found love, wanted to lose through AIDS. It was to maybe change the world. Legalization of marijuana, a kind of America. I'm honored by this. Thank you very much, Jeff. Board of Supervisors, thank you very much. Hope you all find your summer of love that I found in San Francisco. Hope you all find your summer of love. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jeff. I forgot. Thank you very much. I hope you all summer of love. We'll find your summer of love. We'll find love. Like I did in San Francisco, been very kind to me. I miss all those people, Harvey and my love, John. But we changed the world. I couldn't do without you guys. Thank you very much. The rest is history. This is part of it. Jeff, thank you for sticking by me. Now you're born as a member of what? Feels like the old days. Thank you again. Thank you again. Hope you all find your summer of love like I did. Change the world. Change the world. Thank you again. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you and congratulations, and thank you for your service. And Supervisor Sheehy, since you have such a large group, maybe you want to step outside so that you can get everyone in a photo. Let's give Dennis another hand for his service. Thank you. And thank you all so much for being here today to support him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Guys, thank you.
I just hope you didn't sneak any of those cookies into City Hall. All right. Thank you for being here. So next up, we have two more commendations, and so at this time, I'd like to recognize Supervisor Fewer.
Thank you, President Breed. As my first commendation as the Supervisor of District 1, I am honored to recognize Victor Lee, who is the Facility Director at the Golden Gate Park Senior Center in the Richmond District. For nearly 2 decades, he has worked tirelessly and dedicated his career in our Recreation and Parks Department to maintain this fabulous resource and space for our community. The center serves a diverse group of seniors ranging from 55 years young to centenarians. Recently, my husband and I became members of the Senior Center a few months ago, joining the large and diverse membership, which now surpasses 1,000 paid members. Over the last 18 years, Victor has developed numerous programs that ensure that seniors are living active, healthy, and vibrant lifestyles and remain connected to the community. It is thanks to Victor's work that many members are able to age in place and thrive in the Richmond. Last weekend, my husband and I had the pleasure of joining Victor's line dance class, and it was an experience I will never forget, and they probably won't forget it either. My husband and I were dancing alongside enthusiastic, active seniors, and none of them missed a beat. But I was really taken away by the fondness the members had for Victor, because they know he genuinely cares about their well-being. They, as am I, are extremely appreciative of your work and to keep the Senior Center a place where seniors can gather, socialize, exercise, and become lifelong learners. I hope you'll continue to serve, and I look forward to joining future classes and learning new skills at the center. I would now like to invite Catherine Hill, a colleague of Victor Lee, at the Rec and Park Citywide Senior Services Program Coordinator, to say a few words about Victor. Catherine, are you here?
What a perfect day and opportunity to have my colleague Victor Lee shine. I currently work with Victor Lee providing the programs like for those 55 and better. Victor has changed many people's lives for the better, running one of the busiest senior centers in our city, open 7 days a week, and keeping up with about 50 classes that need tending to, not to mention the handful of parties yearly that take place inside the senior center, but sometimes so big with over 200 people attending that it has to be outside of the center. Victor has definitely found his calling in this lifetime. Thank you for always going out of your way for us, being the most patient, loyal, reliable, and loving member of our team for those in our senior community. Since the senior population is continually growing, Victor is and will continue to be one of San Francisco Rec and Park's greatest assets. Maybe, just maybe, there's one thing that could be worked on, and this is from some of the seniors' requests, that at one of our holiday parties, that you can dress a little bit longer in your Santa suit. Just because I guess that we might need to get something that's more breathable, but I think we can work on that. Anyway, a big thank you to Supervisor Sandra Fewer and her staff for making this day possible. Keep up the marvelous work, Victor.
Thank you, Catherine. It is only fitting that on Valentine's Day, we recognize the deep love the members of the Golden Gate Senior Center have for Victor and to express our appreciation. Victor, thank you again for your service and leadership to supporting our seniors in the Richmond. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, and happy Valentine's Day to the Board of Supervisors and friends and coworkers and family. I want to thank Supervisor Sandra Lee Fewer for selecting me to be recognized today at your meeting. I am honored, humble, and grateful to accept this recognition. I also want to thank my past mentors, Les Tom, Elaine Tom, for their contributions in developing me in beginning stages of the rec and park professional career. While working more than 10 years at Chinese Playground, now Willie Wu Wong Playground, they both taught me how to care for high-risk youth and children in the Chinatown community during the 80s and 90s. Moreover, I had the privilege to carry on a legacy to build a community at Chinese Playground through sports activities and provide a safe haven and a sanctuary for youth and kids. I'm glad that much of the 80s and 90s history has been preserved through a large wall mirror located in Chinese Playground. And it's located just underneath the tennis court in the Tiny Tot play area. Chinese Playground has been a good experience for me to prepare to come onto this journey to Golden Gate Park Senior Center 17 years ago. And it was my privilege to help develop programs and maintain facilities. Roughly about 250 to 500 seniors attend daily at the Golden Gate Park Senior Center. And some of the more popular classes include line dancing, exercise, music making, and we were just really glad and proud. And, first of all, I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors and Supervisor Sandra Fier. And I want to thank God. I want to thank, all this could not have been accomplished without support and love. That is why I want to dedicate this award to my wife, Betty, who's out there. She's sitting right there. And I think without her, I think I wouldn't have accomplished what I have. And really thank you, and I love you. And I want to thank my coworkers and all my senior friends here. Thank you for coming out. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you, Victor. Let's bring your wife up, too.
Jack's allergic, so I can't eat around him. Get away with it now.
It's good to see Liz on Saturday.
You have fun time? Does Warren go with me?
Congratulations, Mr. Lee, and thank you so much for your service. All right, our final commendation for the day will come from Supervisor Malia Cohen.
Thank you very much, President Breed. So, colleagues, today I'd like to honor D10's own Pedro Hermosillo. Where are you? Come on down. Pedro is the founder and owner of Pedro's Moving and Storage. Pedro is, of course, a native San Franciscan who went to Everett Middle School, later graduated from Mission High School, and I think this is important to note that all 6 of his girls attended public school in San Francisco. Pedro founded, thank you, I agree, that does a father of 6 girls, right?
Yes.
Definitely deserves an award. You've earned it. I also want to recognize that Pedro founded his business about 10 years ago in the Bayview community. He started his company during a time when things were really unsure for the economy, but had faith in the neighborhood and faith in God to support his business. So Pedro also believes that the Bayview would grow and thrive over time, and I'd say he hedged his bets. Definitely the Bayview community is on the comeback. Pedro's Moving and Storage is one of the main vendors for the relocation project in the city and county of San Francisco, particularly when we're rebuilding public housing. He's prioritized giving job opportunities to people, to women of color, as well as other community members. In some of his spare time, Pedro works with the Move for Hunger, which is an organization that teams with the food bank to move and the moving industry to provide unwanted, non-perishable food items to individuals relocating. He also just signed up to partner with the Veteran Affairs Project, and he can discuss his personal connection to the vets in his remarks. There are a host of supporters that are here with Pedro today to celebrate the work that he continues to do for the people all across the city and county of San Francisco. Would you stand if you're part of Pedro's team, friends, and or family? Stand up if you're here for Pedro. Don't be shy. Stand up for Pedro. That's right. All right. This is an incredible community leader that is loved. He's got integrity. He's just got an incredible zeal and zest for life. He's a high level of service, and he just cares. I also want to recognize a woman, Pedro's account manager, Robin Bonner, who reached out to my office about a month ago and worked with us to coordinate this wonderful accommodation. And Robin is one of City Hall's very own youth commissioners. She's a former assistant to our beloved Supervisor Bevan Dufty. So lastly, Pedro, I just want to say happy early birthday to you. I understand that you're celebrating a birthday on the 23rd of next week. And I want to thank you for your continued service and being a role model to small businesses in San Francisco. And also wish you a happy 10-year anniversary. Congratulations.
Thank you, Supervisor. I want to thank all the supervisors here for us. You know, I'm an immigrant. I've been in San Francisco for over 30 years. Thank you for having the sanctuary city law. As you know, right now it's hard times for the people who are here, whatever. But yeah, thank you. We're growing with the city of San Francisco. We're doing our best. We came here to work and do our best. And thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations again, Pedro. All right, that was our final commendation for today. And at this time, Madam Clerk, I believe we have a 3 p.m. special order. Let's go to items 23 through 26.
Items 23 through 36 comprise the public hearing of persons interested in a proposed infill project located at 1296 Shotwell Street to demolish the existing one-story industrial building on the site and to construct a 100% affordable senior housing project, and the determination of streamlined environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act issued by the Planning Department on November 21st, 2016. Item 24 is the motion to affirm the Planning Department's proposal to streamline this as for an environmental review. Item 25 is the motion to conditionally reverse the department's determination that this project is eligible for a streamlined environmental review. And item 26 is the motion to direct the preparation of findings.
Thank you, colleagues. We have before us the appeal of the infill project determination for this project at 1296 Shotwell Street in District 9. For this hearing, we will be considering the adequacy, accuracy, and sufficiency and completeness of the Planning Department's infill determination for the proposed project at 1296 Shotwell Street. Without objection, we will proceed as follows. Up to 10 minutes for a presentation by the appellant or the appellant representative. Up to 2 minutes per speaker in support of the appeal. Up to 10 minutes for a presentation from the Planning Department. Up to 10 minutes for the project sponsor or their representative. Up to 2 minutes per speaker in opposition to the appeal. And up to 3 minutes for rebuttal by the appellant or the appellant representative. Colleagues, are there any objections to this proceeding? Seeing none, we will move forward. And Supervisor Ronan, do you have any comments now, or would you like to reserve them for later?
I'll reserve them till later.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, let's open this up. First, we will have a presentation by the appellant or the appellant's representative. You will have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. My name is Craig Weber. I am a member of the Intermission Neighbors Association. Our attorney, Rose Zoa, had a family emergency this morning. I just got notice a couple hours ago her daughter was injured at her school. She's unable to attend. I'd like permission, please, to read her presentation during my 10-minute period.
Are you the appellant representative?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you can do whatever it is that
Okay.
you'd like to do within your 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Yes.
The Intermission Neighbors Association was founded in 1991 by my mother, my 95-year-old mother, Connie Weber, and it was formed basically because many of our neighbors felt that our voices weren't being heard. And we formed a 501c3 at that time to address neighborhood issues in the mission, and many of those longtime members still are involved with the Neighborhood Association. I want to talk a little bit about who I am and why I'm here. I'm born and raised on Shotwell Street in the Mission, second generation San Franciscan. Shotwell is a very special place for me, obviously. This is where my family grew up, and this is where I'm raising my family. The proposed project will be located on the 1200 block of Shotwell Street. That's one block from where I live. We'll talk a little bit more about the specifics of the proposal and the height of the structure and other issues related to this development when I get into our attorney's statement. But I did want to just make some preliminary comments about the process and the history behind this development. This development was imposed upon us as a result of a very poor, bad deal referred to as a VITA deal. VITA is a development on Mission Street next door to the Alamo Theater, the new Mission Theater. It's a development of luxury condominiums developed by a Houston group of realtors. These realtors donated land at 1296 Shotwell for the purpose of avoiding having to put affordable housing at their site. They also made payments of close to $1 million to various nonprofit organizations in the mission. We are now here today as a result of that bad choice. I want to begin with the statement of our attorney. We want to make it very clear that this association is not opposed to low-income senior housing on this site. It is opposed to exempting the project from review under CEQA. The issue is the lack of environmental review for the proposed 9-story building on this site. The Planning Commission relied on CEQA exemption that essentially says certain infill projects can forego CEQA review by relying on a prior EIR as a document which analyzed the impacts of the current infill project. However, the prior EIR relied on here is an outdated program EIR prepared 9 years ago for the Eastern Neighbors rezoning and area plan. As shown below and elsewhere in these proceedings, much of the data used in the PEIR is out of date and has been superseded by events transpiring in the last 9 years. Thus, the project should receive its own review under CEQA in the form of a project review EIR. The project. As you've heard, the proposed project is a 9-story, 69,500 gross square foot residential building with 94 dwelling units fronting on Shotwell Street and no off-street parking. The site is surrounded by a 4-story residential building across Shotwell Street, the tallest nearby building, with the rest being 1 2-story buildings. The law. The Planning Commission found the project exempt from CEQA review based on Public Resources Code Section 21094.5 and its implementation regulation, CEQA Guidelines Section 15183.3. This is what is known as a categorical exemption. This means that if the project falls within the category, here the category is certain infill projects. It is exempt unless it may have significant environmental impacts. Environmental impacts is very inclusionary. That is, many impacts are environmental impacts, including transportation and circulation impacts, including parking, aesthetics, land use, and cumulative impacts. If a project may create impacts, it cannot be held exempt, but must undergo CEQA review. In this case, the project is not exempt if, 1, a project impact was not addressed as a significant effect in the prior EIR, or when the project will create a significant effect and there are no uniformly applicable development policies or standards that apply to the infill project and would substantially mitigate that effect. 2, the project impact was addressed as a significant effect in the prior EIR, and substantial new information shows it will be more significant than described in the prior EIR. The exemption does not apply here. The most critical fact is that the program EIR is old. It was prepared 9 years ago for the Eastern Neighborhood Plan. The program EIR's analysis can no longer be relied upon to support this project with respect to impacts in the areas of, among others, cumulative transportation and circulation, socioeconomic impacts resulting in physical impacts, aesthetics, land use, and mandatory findings of significance. The project may create cumulative impacts. The program EIR made projections for housing which have been exceeded when cumulative impacts are considered, that is, past, present, and reasonably foreseeable, probable future projects. Also, significant new developments in the eastern neighborhoods that were not anticipated at the time the program EIR was prepared include the UCSF hospital build-out, Pier 70, the 5N project, Mission Bay build-out, Warrior Stadium, and the Armory's new Madison Square Garden of the West entertainment space. Similarly, the proposed project will eradicate another 11,000 square feet plus of PDR use and includes no replacement PDR space. Yet the program EIR project description specifically states that the purpose of the EN plan was to encourage new housing while preserving sufficient lands for necessary production, distribution, and repair, generally light industry. The EN project plan is intended to permit housing development in some areas currently zoned for industrial use while protecting an adequate supply of land and buildings for PDR, employment, and businesses. This project may contribute to these cumulative impacts in a significant way not analyzed in the program EIR. There are no performance standards that can apply to reduce this impact to less than significant. Appendix M of the CEQA guidelines relied on in the staff report does not address this impact. Transportation circulation. There are also substantial traffic and transportation impacts not foreseen in the program EIR. The program EIR did not analyze the impacts of a 9-story residential building with no parking other than on-street. On the other hand, the program EIR promised under the existing planning code provisions, most new residential developments would be required to provide a minimum of 1 parking space per unit. The program EIR claims that parking deficits are not an impact on the physical environment under CEQA, but this is oversimplistic. CEQA does require analysis of any environmental impacts foreseeably resulting from a project's parking deficit, such as congestion and safety hazards. The case law is cited in Ms. Zoa's letter dated February 13, 2017. The program EIR did not presume some increase in traffic, but events since then require updated analysis. For example, the 2015 Congestion Management Program recognized evening commute speed in San Francisco decreased 21% from 2013 to 2015. Also, the INRIC's 2015 traffic scorecard ranked San Francisco commute the 3rd worst in the country. This project may contribute to transportation and transit impacts in a significant way not analyzed in the program EIR. There are no performance standards that can apply to reduce the impact to less than significant. Socioeconomic impacts resulting in physical impacts. The program EIR did not anticipate nor analyze the high concentration of low-income housing in the mission. Again, this is not about opposing low-income housing. It's about overall impacts in the mission. The program EIR did not analyze or consider the potential physical impacts on the environment from over-concentration of low-income housing in a particular neighborhood, from increased vagrancy, blight, vandalism. Just within 2 blocks, we have 329 units, including Burnell dwelling, the College Park Apartments, and 1515 South Van Ness. CEQA provides that economic or social effects of a project may be used to determine the significance of physical changes caused by the project. If socioeconomic effects of a project result in physical changes, that is an impact on the environment. The socioeconomic study was required by the board for the Lennar project at 1515 South Van Ness, but there has been no evaluation of the socioeconomic impacts of this project. Several reputable studies have analyzed the impacts of overconcentration of low-income housing on communities, with the finding that mixed income, mixed finance development spur benefits to the
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Supervisor Ronan, you had questions?
It's okay. I'll wait till the end.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, now I'd like to open this item up to public comment, specifically for those who are here to speak in support of the appeal. Please come forward. You'll have up to 2 minutes. Anyone like to speak in support of the appeal? Please come forward. First speaker, please. You have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Erica Levin, and my husband and I live on Shotwell Street, where we're raising our 2 young children. I'm here today because I'm not comfortable with the idea of a 9-story building with no parking being built on my street. I absolutely support affordable housing, as I do market rate housing. Our city needs both, citywide, not only in District 9. I am opposed to the idea that developers dodge adding affordable units to their buildings in exchange for land bought for the city. I think if people from all walks of life live together, we will all do better and learn more about ourselves and about each other as we build a shared community. I think that all buildings seeking to deviate from the plan and code of the area should be required to go through an EIR. And so I think that one should be required here for this project. 3 stories higher than what is allowed is a lot of stories. Finally, I'll add that I imagine one day many here in San Francisco will look back and wonder why the city built so many large concrete buildings in this time. Often these buildings are not in keeping with their surroundings. In my community and with my clients, I already hear these musings, and so I'd like to add that the architecture of the building being proposed is uninspired, bunker-like, and it is not in keeping with the architecture of the area. The community made comments to this effect that were ignored and no modifications were made. I hope you will choose to grant a continuance so that this building may be more carefully scrutinized and so that the many impacts of the building can be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Albert Pastine. I live at 1183 Shotwell, less than half a block from the proposed project. I've lived here since 1994, although I appreciate the sentiment of creating housing for low-income residents and homeless people. I believe this project to be a boondoggle that fails to address the critical needs of my neighborhood and incorporates proven failed policies and misguided attempts at social engineering. I would also like to add that I'm a senior, so I have nothing against seniors. I do take issue with bad planning policy that isolates low-income people in high-density towers. The scale of this building does not conform to the fabric of my neighborhood, and that consists mainly of 1- and 2-story buildings with the exception of the 4-story apartment complex opposite the proposed project. But even that apartment complex has horizontal field with courtyards, balconies, and ample parking. I would also like to note that the planners of this proposal like to show perspectives of the buildings facing Cesar Chavez because the size of the avenue is more in scale with the building. However, Shotwell Street is only 60 feet wide, and 26th Street is not much wider, causing the building to have a mammoth appearance from those vantage points. The fact that no parking is a complete folly. This is not New York City. San Francisco does not have the public transportation infrastructure that supports not needing a car. The planners have some cockeyed notion if there are no parking spaces, these people will choose, quote, healthy lifestyles, unquote, and ride bikes or walk. Bicycling and walking aren't always an option, especially for the this vulnerable demographic. Many of these people, like most San Franciscans, are going to have cars if they expect to accomplish basic chores like getting to a doctor appointments or shopping for groceries. The planners of this proposal have some utopian fantasy of old people on bikes, which is a hooded way of avoiding having to do the obvious necessary, supply adequate parking.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Lucy Junos, and I only also live half a block away from this proposed project. Before I speak about my concern, which I agree with the previous speakers, I would like to have the supervisors to please to remove the segregation in the city of San Francisco by mixing all incomes and raise it to live in the same building and other areas in the city of San Francisco, not just in one location or two locations or only 3 districts in San Francisco. Diversifications of races and incomes are the best solution to improve people's relationship, especially nowadays, and remove socioeconomic discrimination in the community. Developers have to stop paying the city of San Francisco by giving land in order for them to be able to build 100% luxury development. And because the city owns these projects, the city can break any rules, regulation, and zoning laws. And this is not fair to the people who live nearby. I'm not opposed of having affordable senior building in my neighborhood. We do need affordable housing in the city, or even market rate building. Any housing in the city, we need them. But my major concern is just having, the project is in a proposed Latino culture district. Its height and architectural design conflicts with the Latino culture district historical building in the adjacent area. And with the lack of a parking space, it's gonna have such a major impact in this little street. So thank you for, and among others that was spoken before. So I just wanna cut my speech short.
Thank you. And if there are any other members who'd like to speak, please come forward or line up to your right. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Jane Perry. I live on the 1100 block of Shotwell Street, and I've lived there 68 years, and I am a senior citizen, as you could see. I have no problem with that building going up, except for the size of it. It is way too high, way too dense. I'm going to put this on a personal level for the supervisors, who probably all live in neighborhoods, not in high rises. If you do, then you're not part of this. But if you live in a neighborhood, imagine at the corner of your block someone coming in and wanting to build a 9-story building when all the rest of the residential there are 1 to 2 stories. There are apartments and there are burnal dwellings which rise up to 2, maybe 3 stories, but that's the highest in the area. We do not want anything that dense. We have so many units there already. Let them build their building. That's fine, but please do not go with the density. Just remember putting a 9-story building on the corner of your block with no parking, no access for ambulances or bringing in oxygen tanks or any kind of medical supplies other than a very small white zone in front of the building. These people do have friends. They have friends with cars. They need some place to put their cars. This will impact the parking on our blocks, which is already a terrible, terrible density problem. Thank you for listening, and happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Tom Gilberti. I don't live there. If you were to put a 9-story building in the avenues, you would get kind of an idea of what they're talking about. I live on the 9th floor of a 14-story building, 2 Townsend South Beach Marina apartments. I don't like parking. I agree that, they built a building right across the street from me, and it's higher, 10 stories, over 2 stories of parking. It would have been better without the parking, so there's differences of opinion here. But one of the gals and a number of the people have spoke about this is not what we want to do here. And the overhead, please. What I'm thinking of is, I agree, we don't want to put everybody in one building. And what was liking was that we changed the process. And that process is, I think, the problem here. Not that this building is here for seniors. I'm a senior, and I'm disabled, and I'm going to be a refugee from the market rate corporate housing. But what we want to do, or what I'm thinking is the best, is when we have a new building going up, this could have been 950 Market Street in the Tenderloin. The 20% communities, low income, affordable housing for veterans, for seniors, graduated foster children, the homeless, the people that are part of our society. And that would be included in every building that's going up. The next 20% for teachers, police, fire, people that are part of us. The next 20% basically is if you're in the local zip code. You can move into these units too, and we can move the entire locale in sharing the wealth and moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Doug Wildman. I live on the 1100 block of Shotwell Street, and I've attended a couple of the meetings and impressed with what the architects came up with, but not impressed with having not learned from our mistakes. Height and density can lead to problems. If we remember the Bernal dwellings, which have been changed and are the Section 8 housing right down the street, we had some issues there. I'm concerned about the sheer density of this affordable housing. We've talked about all these things, from the parking, not having parking. You know that services are going to come in, and to not have parking sounds a little ridiculous, even if the tenants living don't have parking. The building, they've done the best they can with keeping it as dense and making it work for a very difficult lot. But I really think we need to stand back and look at this and seeing the Lennar project and what is happening to our neighborhood. I think the process, we're missing it. We're missing the boat. It's not inclusive. It's not capturing the people that are local. If we look at signatures on these different buildings that people have signed off in favor of, I would like the Board of Supervisors to look at the addresses on, I know I'm changing the subject, but the other Lennar project as well. 9 stories is inappropriate. This is the beginning. I'm concerned about it. We haven't even tackled our tents, and there's a lot going on our neighborhood, and I think it's too much right now. A lot has changed in these recent years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And if there are any other members of the public who'd like to speak in support of the appeal, please line up to your right.
Hi, my name is Emily Sharkey. My husband and I were so lucky to buy our house 10 years ago in the Mission. We live on Folsom and 26, and we will be about a block away from this. We're raising our 3 young kids, and already there's a lot of traffic, a lot of crime going on, and that's concerning. The building proposed is really ugly, and the Mission is a beautiful neighborhood. It's got so many historic homes, and it's gorgeous. We would like it to fit in better. And I just think that we need to slow down and take our time and consider what is going on. So I hope you'll choose to grant a continuance so that this building could be more carefully scrutinized and the impacts of the neighborhood considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak in support of the appeal? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. And we will now have up to 10 minutes for a presentation of the Planning Department.
Board. I'm Lisa Gibson, the Acting Environmental Review Officer.
The question you're considering today is whether the Planning Department properly issued the infill determination for the 1296 Shotwell Street project in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act and the CEQA guidelines. I'll make the first half of the presentation before I turn things over to my colleague, Elena Callaghy, who prepared the CEQA determination, and I also am joined by Rick Cooper, who also prepared the document. In my remarks, I'll provide an overview of the CEQA provision for streamlining of infill projects that we relied upon, and I'll also address the issue of the validity of our continued reliance on the Eastern Neighborhoods EIR, which is a repeat issue that comes up before this board. The proposed project is the demolition of a one-story industrial building to construct a 9-story building for a 100% affordable senior housing project. The proposed building would provide 94 dwelling units, 93 of them affordable, including 20 units for formerly homeless seniors. The California Environmental Quality Act requires lead agencies to consider the adverse environmental effects of projects that are being considered for approval. Greenhouse gas emissions adversely affect the environment by contributing to climate change. Recognizing that the state's environmental emissions goals, the reduction goals, can't be met without improved land use and transportation policy, the state legislature has increasingly promoted infill development. Consistent with CEQA's policy that environmental reviews should be completed as expeditiously as possible, there are a number of CEQA streamlining tools that are intended to promote expeditious review of infill projects. One of those tools is spelled out in CEQA Guidelines Section 15183.3, which was adopted in 2013 pursuant to Senate Bill 226. SB 226 created a streamlined environmental review process for eligible infill projects. This process limits the topics subject to review at the project level where the effects of the infill development have been previously addressed in an environmental review, in an environmental impact report for the planning level decision, or by uniformly applicable development policies. CEQA Guidelines Section 15183 establishes eligibility requirements for projects to qualify for infill streamlining. To be eligible, the project must be on an infill site, satisfy specified environmental performance standards, and be consistent with the Sustainable Communities Strategy. As documented in our determination, the project clearly satisfies these criteria. According to the CEQA guidelines, CEQA does not apply to the effects of an eligible infill project under two circumstances. First, if an effect was addressed as a significant environmental effect in the prior EIR for the planning level decision, the effect need not be analyzed again for the individual infill project. Second, an effect need not be analyzed even if it was not analyzed in the prior EIR or is more significant than previously analyzed if uniformly applicable development policies or standards would substantially mitigate that effect. Outcomes under this streamlining section of CEQA can range from a complete exemption to the need for a narrowed project-specific environmental document. As explained in great detail in our roughly 65-page CEQA Certificate of Determination and the supporting initial study checklist, the 1296 Shotwell project qualifies as an infill project, and all of the project's significant impacts were either addressed in the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan's EIR or would be mitigated by uniformly applicable development policies or standards. The project sponsor would be required to implement mitigation measures to address identified significant impacts. No further environmental review is required. Finally, I would like to address the question of the validity of the Eastern Neighborhoods EIR. This issue was also raised on appeal of the 901 16th Street EIR and the 2000 Bryant Street CPE, which were heard at the board last year. The board denied both of those appeals, affirming the Planning Department's reliance upon the Eastern Neighborhoods EIR for subsequent projects. CEQA and the CEQA guidelines very clearly establish that once a project is approved, no further CEQA review for that project is needed unless further discretionary approval for the project is required. So we are not permitted to reopen the Eastern Neighborhoods EIR in the absence of a change to the area plans. The plan EIR was never challenged after its certification in 2008 and is now presumed valid. Nothing in CEQA or the CEQA guidelines suggests that an EIR has an expiration date. Even if it were true that conditions in the plan area have changed such that the environmental effects of the infill project are substantially more severe than described in the EIR, streamlining for infill projects would require a narrowed project-specific environmental document, not a wholesale disregard of the prior EIR. And now I'll turn things over to Elena Callaghy.
Thank you, Lisa. Good afternoon, President Breed, board members. My name is Elena Callaghy, and I'm Planning Department staff. The department formally submitted a written response to the appeal on February 6th, and I would like to address a few topics from the response now. First, the project is eligible for CEQA streamlining. The project meets the criteria of CEQA section 15183.3 and is therefore considered eligible for CEQA streamlining as an infill project. As addressed in the initial study, the project is in a 65x height bulk district, and the project sponsor requested using the San Francisco 100% Affordable Housing Bonus Program as codified in Section 328 of the Planning Code. This would allow for a height of up to 30 feet above the zoning district height limit of 65 feet. In total, the project proposes a height up to 84 feet or an additional 19 feet, which is well within the maximum additional allowable height permitted by Section 328. Therefore, the project's height is consistent with that permitted in its zoning district in combination with the density bonus requested by the sponsor. This allowable height adjustment does not invalidate the project's eligibility for streamlined CEQA review, as the project meets the requirements of CEQA section 15183.3. Secondly, the project is within the Latino Cultural District, but the district is not considered a historic resource per CEQA. The initial study identifies that the project is located within the Latino Cultural District, but is not a historic district adopted by the San Francisco Historic Preservation Commission or listed on a national, state, or local register, and as such is not a historic resource as defined by CEQA. Thus, the Latino Cultural District is not considered a historic district for purposes of CEQA evaluation. The appellant does not provide substantial evidence to show that the Latino Cultural District is a historic resource under CEQA, and the project, therefore, need not be consistent with the Latino Cultural District. Third, there is no substantial evidence that socioeconomic impacts of the project would result in significant physical environmental impacts. Under CEQA, a discussion of socioeconomic effects is not required except where effects would result in physical environmental changes, and social or economic effects shall not be treated as significant effects per the CEQA guidelines. The appellant does not provide substantial evidence in support of the contentions that potential socioeconomic effects of the project will result in significant physical environmental impact beyond those previously identified in the Eastern Neighborhoods PEIR. While socioeconomic issues have been raised at this board previously for other CEQA appeals, those relate to projects with market rate housing. The 1296 Shotwell Street project would create low-income housing units without displacement of existing housing. That concludes the department's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will have up to 10 minutes for the project sponsor. So who's here to speak on behalf of the project sponsor?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Elaine Yee, Senior Project Manager with Mission Economic Development Agency. The 1296 Shotwell Senior Affordable Housing Project sponsors, Meta and Chinatown Community Development Center, Chinatown CDC, would like to thank you for affording us the opportunity to respond to this development's environmental review appeal, which was filed on December 30th, 2016. 1296 Shotwell is proposed to be a 100% affordable housing development comprising 94 apartment rentals for residents aged 62 and above. Prospective tenants are low-income elders subsisting at just 50% area median income or below in our city of ever-escalating costs. 20% of these units are earmarked for formerly homeless seniors. Meta is proud to be joined by an experienced development partner, Chinatown CDC, which showcases a proven track record of developing and managing quality, affordable housing, plus providing residential services to over 3,000 units in San Francisco. 1296 Shotwell is the first development that applied for the city's local affordable housing program. The project meets all Affordable Housing Bonus Program design guidelines, and with the Planning Commission approval of the use of the bonus program, the allowable height of the project can be increased from 65 feet to our proposed 85 feet. This height increase, consistent with the city's general plan, translate to an extra 19 affordable units of much-needed housing in the Mission. Data from San Francisco Homeless Point in Time Count indicates that the percentage of homeless seniors increased in years 2013 and 2015. Homelessness in the age group of 51 to 60 increased from 14% to 22%, and for ages 61 and up increased from 5% to 8%. To prevent further displacement of our vulnerable seniors, affordable housing must be immediately built. Furthermore, city agencies and community advocates have recently published a draft Mission Action Plan 2020, which emphasizes the production of 1,700 to 2,400 affordable housing units in the Mission within the next 5 years. The 1296 Shotwell project directly supports these MAP 2020 goals. The appeal stated that our project does not meet the infill streamlining exemption under CEQA guidelines and would have an adverse impact to the environment. But our project team provided wind, shadow, and noise studies conducted by professional consultants to counter this appeal's erroneous claim. Our studies were thoroughly reviewed by the Planning Department, which determined the studies met the CEQA guidelines of infill streamlining exemption. As for transit impacts, populations with higher socioeconomic status have a greater tendency to own cars and drive more miles per year. Data from the 2001 National Travel Household Survey show that people who earn more than $100,000 drive 39% more miles than those earning under $25,000 to $50,000 a year. Further, 1296 Shotwell is a senior affordable housing development, and the likelihood for seniors who earn less than 50% area median income of having cars will be much lower than in a typical market rate development. To support San Francisco's transit first policy and with no parking requirement, the development does not include on-site parking. However, the developers will offer car share parking on the street and will also offer shuttle service for residents for groceries and or medical appointments. Additionally, 1296 Shotwell is a transit-rich location just blocks away from the 24th Street BART station, plus close to multiple bus lines. These facts downplay the appeal's claim of an environmental impact on additional cars in the neighborhood. As evidenced by the letter of support from the Council of Latino Cultural District, they concluded that our project meets their criteria for developments in that district. The residents of 1296 Shotwell will patronize the community service businesses of nearby Latino Cultural District, keeping such ventures viable for years to come. Similar to other affirmation plans, the Latino Cultural District also emphasizes the need for 100% affordable housing development, such as 1296 Shotwell. Our development is located in the Neighborhood Commercial Transit NCT zone, with the proposed development conforming to current zoning. The appeal also mentioned displacement of the existing PDR production, distribution, and repair uses of the site. With the passage of the November 2016 ballot measure, Proposition X, the replacement of PDR uses is not mandated in the NCT zone. To showcase support of PDR, project sponsors have hired a relocation consultant to work with the existing commercial businesses, aiming to relocate them within the Mission District. In conclusion, without the application of Affordable Housing Bonus Program, 1296 Shotwell will lose 20% of its affordable units. That translates to 19 households not being built for our low-income seniors, and that will be a huge loss for the community. If the developers were compelled to include subterranean parking, this would also translate to a dire loss of square footage for housing units and increase the overall cost of this 100% affordable housing development that will not contribute to housing solution, but to cars. Meta and Chinatown CDC envision seniors aging in place with dignity in secure, safe, and quality housing. These elders are part of the fabric of the Mission Bernal Heights community. As a Mission senior, Clara Luz Quesada told us, I asked the city to house people who need it the most, those families and seniors who are living on the streets or moving from room to room or being passed around by family members because they can't afford a place of their own. We must build these homes, all 94 homes for our vulnerable seniors, and the time is now. Both project sponsors, Meta and Chinatown CDC, as well as our architect, Herman Colliver Locust Architecture, are available for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. And with that, we will open it up to public comment for members of the public who'd like to speak in opposition of the appeal. Please line up to your right and come forward. First speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Charles Minster. I'm a resident of San Francisco for 30 years and a member of Senior and Disability Action. I would qualify to live here in this project if it's approved, meeting the income requirements. My wife and I never know when the landlord's going to sell out in a rent-controlled place we live, like many other people, seniors in this town. I would remind the supervisors, this is a world-class city. At least the prices and the salary of the bureaucracy makes it that. And you go around other world-class cities that are not, they're changing because they have to build, there's more people moving to these cities because of the economy. You go to Hong Kong, they're building up. Tokyo, they're building up. London, they're building up. If you're going to remain a world-class city, you're going to have to build up. That's the reality. Things change. The economy changes. I was a merchant sailor and a shipyard worker up and down the East Coast. Guess what? There's more actors in this country than there are sailors. And a hell of a lot more software programmers than there are shipyard workers. Things change. The population in this town is increasing as far as the seniors. And if people aren't prepared for that change, well, you know what I had to do? I had to leave the East Coast to get a job. That's the reality. And we have to change. And if this city's going to remain a vibrant and growing city, it's going to have to build up. And we're going to have to take care of the people that have built this city. And that's what this project is all about. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Next speaker, please.
My name is Fran Taylor, and I'm one of those low-income seniors who's about to bring doom and destruction to Shotwell. I'm also the co-chair of CC Puede, which is a community organization that worked for 10 years to change Cesar Chavez Street from what was a freeway on the ground to a much safer, calmer, neighborly street. And I don't remember the intermission neighbors contributing to that effort, but this is exactly the type of development that will enhance the improvements that we've already achieved on Cesar Chavez Street. It's dense. It serves a population that, as the project sponsor said, is much less likely to own and use vehicles. The other study that I want to mention shows that people who drive expensive cars are much more likely to be inconsiderate to pedestrians invading their right-of-way and crosswalks and so on. So when you're dealing with a low-income population, you're actually bringing safety and calmness to the pedestrian environment, and this is very important. And being a senior doesn't mean that you're decrepit and immobile. We're all getting there, but this is close to transit. It's close to two commercial strips on Mission and 24th Street. It's close to medical facilities. It's St. Luke's and offices nearby. And parking just creates induced demand. If you build parking, it encourages people to drive. So this is a totally vapid bugaboo that the parking people are bringing up. And it's replacing a car repair shop that now completely obstructs the sidewalk with parked cars, and I haven't heard any objections again coming from the Mission neighbors about that. So this is actually going to improve the situation as far as the environment.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for having us here today. My name's Sam Moss. I'm the executive director of Mission Housing Development Corporation, a nonprofit affordable housing developer that quite literally has hundreds of low-income seniors living throughout the Mission. I'd like to speak a little bit to the appeals statement that adding more low-income housing potentially can increase vacancy, blight, and vandalism as well as crime. Besides the fact that that's just not true at all. the report that they quote out points out that these issues might have existed in public housing areas that weren't well run, that didn't have resident and community services, that didn't have a private nonprofit in partnership with the city. And this project that's coming does have all that. I implore anyone to come and take a tour of Valencia Gardens sometime. We could go get a $5 cup of coffee across the street and talk to the neighborhood, homeowners associations about their property values. I assure that they've gone up since Valencia Gardens was built. And the reason I bring this up is because, it's to someone who's dedicated his life to affordable housing, to hear that someone might think that building more low-income housing in a neighborhood that desperately needs it would increase blight and security issues. It's just really sad to me that we would even be contemplating it in this day and age. So, as on behalf of Mission Housing, we are against the appeal, and we are without a doubt for the project. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, soy Olinda Orellana.
Good afternoon, my name is Olinda Orellana.
Tengo 29
Pam, we're
años.
going to pause your time. When you translate, would you mind moving the microphone so that we can hear the translation, please?
Or you're welcome to stand at the secondary podium.
Tengo 29 años de vivir entre 25 y 26 de la South Vanessa.
I have lived in South Van Ness between the 25th and 26th Street for 25 years.
Y soy líder de la Iglesia San Antonio en la César Chávez.
And I'm a leader of this San Anthony Church in Cesar Chavez Street.
Y les quiero decir que allí el 90% de personas son personas de la tercera edad.
And all I want to say is that 90% of our population in church is considered by elders.
Estas personas están esperando por un lugar en ese proyecto que estamos hablando.
All these people are so hoping to get a place in this project that we are talking about.
Y yo creo que esas personas merecen tener sus últimos días en un lugar seguro, con mucho respeto y dignidad.
And I think they all deserve to live their last days in a safe place, safe and with dignity.
Y por esa razón yo estoy apoyando este proyecto.
That's why I support this project.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Yasmín y vivo en Bayview.
Good afternoon. My name is Jasmine and I live in the Bayview district.
Y yo estoy aquí para apoyar el proyecto para las casas para las personas mayores.
And I'm here today in support of this project of housing for elders.
Porque si para nosotros que somos jóvenes es difícil encontrar dónde vivir, no me imagino cómo es para las personas mayores el poder encontrar un lugar a dónde ir a pasar el resto de sus días, ¿verdad?
Because it's so hard for us that are younger to be able to find places to live and to afford places to live. I can't even imagine how hard can it be for people that are just at the end of their lives.
Muchas personas quizá no se dan cuenta de eso hasta que están en el momento de necesidad.
Many of you may not realize the situation until you get to that moment where you're in desperate need.
Por eso les pido por favor que aprueben estas casas para las personas mayores, porque es necesario, porque son personas que necesitan de esas viviendas.
That's why I'm kindly asking you that you please accept this project, because it's to help people that are in great needs of those housing.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good
Mi nombre es Blanca Díaz.
My name is Blanca Díaz.
Yo estoy aquí para apoyar la vivienda de nuestros abuelos.
I'm here supporting
porque ellos son personas que ya han trabajado para contribuir a la economía de nuestra ciudad y de nuestro país.
I'm here in support of this project that is planning to give housing to our grandparents because they have worked to make this city move forward.
Y el país también.
and our country as well.
Y son personas que necesitan vivienda digna y que esté económica.
And these are all people that need to have a place to live with dignity, and a place that they can afford to pay for.
Porque ustedes se imaginarán, somos jóvenes y nos cuesta encontrar un lugar porque la renta está muy cara.
As you can imagine, it's for us that are younger, it's so hard to find a place that we can afford because the rent is so high.
Y muchas personas están siendo desalojadas.
And many of us are being evicted.
Entonces por eso yo les pido que piensen en nuestros abuelos, que ellos merecen respeto, merecen dignidad y merecen que haya vivienda para ellos, porque ellos ya son personas que están cansadas.
That's why I want you to think about your or our grandparents, because they deserve to be treated with respect and dignity, and they deserve to have places to live. They are tired.
Ellos no pueden buscar dos trabajos como nosotros. Ellos solo pueden con un trabajo y lo poquito que les da el seguro social.
They cannot have two jobs like we do. They can have only one job and whatever they can get from Social Security.
Muchas gracias a todos y bendiciones para ustedes y sus familias.
Thank you to you all, and my blessings for you and your family.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
My name is, good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Miriam Madrigal.
Good afternoon. My name is Miriam Madrigal.
I live, vivo hace 16 años al lado de Chowell, entre César Chávez, y estoy apoyando a este proyecto que no ha sido aprobado, pero espero que sea aprobado.
I've lived for the last 16 years in Cesar Chavez and Shadwell, and I'm here in support of this development project that has not been approved, but I hope that it will be.
Soy una persona ya retirada y trabajo part-time, y donde vivo está demasiado caro la renta. Espero que muy pronto resuelvan eso para vivir. Tengo una hija disabled y mi gran son.
I am retired already. I just wanted to ask you to accept this, to pass this project, because it's really hard for us to live in this situation. I have a disabled daughter, and I have a part-time, and that's how I...
Y my social security check, that's it. You know, the life is expensive, right? La vida está muy cara, y agradecería que pronto pues hagan algún proyecto, que ese es el proyecto que estamos esperando todos en la área de la misión o de donde sea, que nos puedan ayudar para seguir viviendo en este país. Muchas gracias y bendiciones para todos los que están a nuestro favor de los latinos.
All I have to provide for my daughter is what the Social Security gives me and my part-time job. So I'm hoping that you can pass this project and build this development either in the mission or whatever you choose to do it, so we can keep living in this country with dignity. Thank you so much, and my blessings.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Andrea Manso. Mi nombre es Andrea Manso.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Andrea Manso.
Soy parte de la colaborativa de hoteles residenciales de la misión y vengo a apoyar el proyecto de viviendas accesibles a las personas mayores.
I am coming in representation of the collaborative of hotels in the mission.
Y este proyecto de viviendas accesibles para personas vivienda es urgente porque hay mucha necesidad de vivienda, y yo estoy a favor que aprueben esa enmienda. Gracias.
And this affordable housing project is urgent for us in the mission, and I'm here in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, yo me llamo Morelia Balán, yo soy una de las colectivas de mujeres. Entonces yo vine a apoyar también a las mujeres.
Good
de
afternoon. My
parte-
name is Morelia Balan. I'm coming here in representation of Mujeres. So I am in support of all the women.
También yo vivo hace 15 años en el Misión, pero yo tengo una enfermedad como que no quiero seguir viviendo allá. Por eso yo vine a apoyar a las mujeres de tercera edad porque me toca, aunque sea un pedacito.
I've lived for 15 years in the mission, but because I'm sick now, I can't afford to keep living there. So I'm here in support of all these women to see if I can get a little chair for myself.
Muchísimas gracias. Que Dios
Thank
le
you so much.
bendiga.
God bless you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Just waiting for the time to change. Perfect. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Chirag Bhakta. I am born and raised here in the sucker-free city. I am also with Mission Housing. And I'm here to demand a little more than a vote against this appeal. Yes, we want you to join us in supporting the 9-story, 100% affordable housing project in this gentrified neighborhood, but your mere vote is not going to suffice today. I want each and every one of you to speak out against this blatant disregard for the well-being of some of our most vulnerable residents. I want these chambers to echo multiple rebukes of not only their argument, but the filthy and despicable ideology from which it stems. Gentrification has decimated our peoples and our city. Families are broken, dreams have been crushed. People have literally been killed because those such as the appellants conceal their reprehensible hatred for the poor with technocratic dialects. We are not fooled. We know this is not about height. We know this is not about CEQA. This is a tantrum, a personal dilemma being played out in the public, which in the end only seeks to deny housing to low-income seniors. I'm going to repeat that. The appellants are here to deny housing to low-income seniors. Deny this appeal and deny this veneer covering disgust for our elders. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jaime. I'm from the Tenderloin Neighborhood Development Corporation, and I'm just here to voice my support for this 1296 Shotwell project, and also ask this board to oppose this appeal. I mean, you might ask what a person in Tenderloin would care about housing in the mission. Well, the answer is simple. We need housing all over the city, and especially affordable housing for seniors is needed as well. It shouldn't be just a Tenderloin to be the only place in the city where people could find housing, and even that part of the city is already being gentrified as we speak. So this development will provide 94 units for housing for seniors, and that's what we need in the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Rob Poole with the Housing Action Coalition. To the new members of the board who have not yet spoken before, welcome. We're glad to have you here. So we have not formally reviewed the plans for 1296 Shotwell, but we absolutely support the goals set forth for it. Regarding the appeal, absolutely not. Reject it. The fact that we're here discussing the merits of an affordable housing project in the middle of an affordability crisis is frankly disheartening. We have the opportunity to provide we have the opportunity to enable low-income seniors to live in a terrific neighborhood near a lot of great amenities and next to transit. This is absolutely the kind of housing we should support. And as you know, last year the Affordable Housing Bonus Program was vetted, actually for 2 years, and it came before you many, many times. And that is what's enabling us to create more homes for low-income seniors today. So reject the appeal. Let's get this moving forward, and hopefully we don't have to deal with this again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Iris Biblowitz. I've lived in the mission for 40 years. I'm a nurse and a senior, and these hearings are really aging me. The statistics about evictions, homelessness, and seniors are grim, but all I really need to do is walk out of my house to see the stark, painful reality. Someone mentioned people living in tents. Where are those people supposed to go? We need real affordable housing, as people have said, and we need it now. The situation is dire. Latino and African American families, seniors, and people with disabilities who've been evicted from their homes, amongst others, are desperate for real affordable housing. We don't have the luxury of waiting. Thanks to rampant displacement in the past several years, San Francisco's homeless population has gotten older and sicker. 30% of people who are homeless are seniors, up from 17% in 2013. In the Mission shelters at Santa Marta, Santa Maria, and Jazzy's Place, 2/3 of the people who spend the night there are seniors. Iris Canada, evicted last Friday at 100 years old, wasn't told that the sheriff had changed the locks on her home because her family was afraid of causing so much emotional distress that she might have another stroke. Seniors are often the canaries in the coal mine, the first to exhibit signs of serious illness. A study at UCSF showed that people who are homeless were 25 years older in health status than their calendar years. Housing is health care. That was our motto at the Windsor Hotel, where I worked in the late 90s, early 2000s. It was supportive housing for people who had been homeless. Housing is health care. 1296 Shotwell will be just that, permanent and dignified housing in a community. Any delay will lead to more suffering. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Supervisors. I'm Deepa Varma from the San Francisco Tenants Union, and I'm here to speak on behalf of these 19 units of senior housing. We've never needed them more. We need them desperately. We need every single unit we can get. Just the number of affordable units we've lost in rent-controlled housing that seniors lived in the Mission is astounding, and this is not going to make up for those, but that just means we need every single unit we can get. In addition, we worked really hard on developing an affordable housing density program, bonus program that actually made it easier to build more affordable units, and this is the test case. This is the case that we can hopefully use in other parts of the city. There's not that much space here, and as you all know, it's difficult to finance, it's difficult to build these units. This is a situation in which the facts got worked out. It's just a matter of approving. It's just a matter of denying this appeal. We need to make sure every single one of these units get built, and every single one of these units houses the people who need it the most. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Patricia Kerman. I'm a longtime resident of the Mission, more than 35 years, and I am a senior. I live on a very low income, and I'm speaking for seniors. Those of us who are now collecting Social Security worked at wages much lower than people get today for their beginning jobs even, but we got more for the buck back then. Now, our Social Security is based on what we earned back then when the value of the dollar was much higher. So we're doubly being penalized by all this. And the term affordable housing I find a bit offensive because it isn't affordable usually for most people. I'm fighting my second Ellis Act eviction as my landlord is trying to flip the once rent-controlled building into condominiums, I imagine. So I'm under a lot of stress, and I understand all the seniors that I know are under a lot of stress. The Mission is a great neighborhood. The transportation is excellent. We need transportation. I've been using public transportation ever since I've been here in 1970, before BART. So people who say that there isn't good transportation there just don't know the area or never have tried public transportation. We're under threat. We're under threat for our lives because when we lose our homes, where can we go? You try to find a place that even has a listing that's open to get on a waiting list. They don't exist. So I'm looking at a tent on the street, and I'm not alone.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is James Tracy. I'm speaking on behalf of Community Housing Partnership. We are in full support of this project. I would like to point out that the appellant made it sound like the American Association of Retired Criminals, Vandals, and Taggers are moving into the mission, which is complete malarkey. We know that low-income people and low-income housing developments such as this do not contribute to crime or insecurity, but they actually increase safety. This is the same rhetoric of division and that we hear every single last time a project like this is proposed in a neighborhood that has changed a bit, or a neighborhood that has more affluence. We heard this in Hayes Valley. We heard this in the Marina. We heard this a little bit in South Beach. It just needs to stop here because that's pure Trumpian politics, and we need to rise above. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Robles. I'm with Senior and Disability Action. I'm also with the Manilatown Heritage Foundation. We fully support 1296 Shotwell. This development, these homes need to be built as soon as possible. Seniors have no time for delay. They cannot afford it. In my own job, I see seniors that have lost their housing. It creates a downward spiral. It's the equivalent of the strongest earthquake. I've seen seniors lose their lives. I've seen seniors end up homeless on the streets. It's very unacceptable. As a board member of Manilatown Heritage Foundation, we know what happened with the I Hotel. This is the 40th anniversary of the evictions of the I Hotel. It took 30 years to rebuild, to build 102 units of affordable housing. 30 years on that spot where the new I Hotel stands. Let's not delay this. Our seniors deserve much better. They can't wait. Frankly, they need this housing. And forget what the NIMBYs have to say and about blight and the rhetoric. It's just not true. They just don't want to be bothered. They don't want their land. They don't want their view to be obstructed. And later for that, man, we got seniors that we're worrying about. We have a 100-year-old woman that's being evicted just to show what seniors are going through in this city. Okay, so let that be said. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Peter Cohen, and I'm with the Council of Community Housing Organizations. Both of the project developer team organizations are part of our coalition, and I just want to, first of all, we oppose the appeal, but point out to you this is a model type of development, and we are fortunate in San Francisco to have this model. We have community-based developers who do affordable housing, and that's a privilege, frankly. Most of the rest of the country does not have that. And built into the way that our developers do affordable housing is the kind of community outreach, the top-notch design by Herman Colliver, the true service-enriched approach and community connectors. All of that stuff matters to make a project the right fit and to have affordable housing done right. So if there's ever the type of project that fully qualifies for the kind of infill exemption that CEQA is designed for in this case, this is the kind of project. Then there's no question that there's a need. We are dramatically undersupplied of affordable housing in this city. So there's no question that this project is needed in this neighborhood. And I'm really glad to see here today the cross-section of organizations that are here to support this project and to oppose the appeal, who otherwise don't always agree on a lot of housing policy. In this case, I think we all agree this is how we do affordable housing, and we look to you to move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm glad to be here. My name is Kevin Burke. I'm a software engineer and a District 3 resident. I think that the appeal should be denied on the merits. The only real significant reason to get a new environmental impact report that was cited in the lawsuit is increased vagrancy, littering, and crime from these poor senior citizens that are going to be moving in to this building. I think that's pretty cynical, especially considering the alternative for a lot of these folks is homelessness. Which seems surely worse if you are worried about vagrancy, littering, and crime. I also stress to the supervisors that we should strive for predictability in the housing process. This project has already been through the Planning Commission and all the way up to a vote of the Board of Supervisors, and the appellants had their say, and they lost, and comments were overwhelmingly in support of the project. And the more sort of bites at the apple and the more uncertainty we introduce into the planning process and the construction process drives up the costs of building in San Francisco. Increased costs make it harder to develop. They make it more expensive per unit to develop and build in the city. When the city is pitching in for a project like this, that means that the city also has to pay more to support affordable housing. I would also point out that the city is facing a $1 billion budget shortfall in the next few years. Finally, I'd like to point out that we are in the middle of a housing crisis and prices are higher than ever. And we should give extreme deference to people that are trying to build in the city and try to reduce uncertainty in the process as much as we can. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Laura Clark with YIMBY Action. Obviously, this project should go forward. I think that it's obvious that this project will go forward. I think that this song and dance we all do, where we pretend that there is a world in which this project would not go forward, is ridiculous. We are wasting the community's time. We are wasting everyone's time. And these projects get held up over and over and over again on obviously dubious reasons. And we need to create a way for these projects to get the support that they so immediately need so that we do not all have to be here wasting your time, wasting our time. These projects should be expedited through the process, and there should not be an opportunity to hold a 100% affordable housing project hostage. The amount of time and lawyering that has gone into this already is absurd. The city needs to find ways to create ways to make these projects instantly permitted. There is no reason that this project shouldn't be even another 2 stories higher, 3 stories. I heard people saying that 9 stories is giving them a case of the vapors. I think we can handle it. I think we can handle more housing for people in every neighborhood. And that means on the west side, on the south side, that means in all of our outlying neighborhoods. Every neighborhood needs to be seeing a project like this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Milo Traus. I'd like to touch on the component of this project that includes housing for formerly homeless and how important it is that we build this housing and find a way to build it quickly and efficiently without delays. So we have a crisis. I think our most dire crisis right now is that everyone can't find housing and there's people who are suffering on the street. And the fact that there's folks who would rather see or live in a city where there are people on the street rather than comfortably housed in space that is currently empty 6 or 9 or 12 stories in the air is, reprehensible and inexcusable. So any project that has a component for formerly homeless, we should find a way to build faster and streamlined without being vulnerable to these continual interruptions and delays. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Charlie Shamas. I'm here on behalf of Poder. We're fully in support of this project. All of us here have elders in our families, and I'd like to speak about one of mine. This year, my pops, who's 84 years old, came to live with me and my family. He was an immigrant to this country. He spent his life as a mechanic. He labored hard to support and provide for his family. And now he's trying to find his way in life after losing the love of his life, his wife of 55 years, who passed away several years ago. On top of that, his mind and his body are feeling the stresses of old age, and he's no longer able to do all the things that he once took for granted. I can't imagine, after carrying all of these burdens, having to also worry about keeping or finding a home. And yet that is the reality all around us in this city. As we walk out of the steps of City Hall, in every single neighborhood, thousands and thousands of low-income seniors in San Francisco. On my block, a beautiful elder who I've known for many years. She's filled with so much life, perspective, and wisdom. She's being asked to leave her home of 10 years where the rent has been affordable on her fixed income. She will most likely be forced from the city. She said to me just the other day she's tired of the struggle and she hopes that the next generation will keep up the struggle. How do we do that? One of the most powerful ways to do that is to make sure that we develop our city in the way that meets the needs of everyday people, people that are here now. I'm standing here at the Board of Supervisors, and when you pass a budget, You are making investments in the people that are here now. We should be making land use decisions in the same way. We should be supporting development that meets the needs of the people that are here now, that have spoken before you today. 1296 Shotwell is exactly that, and it's how we keep low-income elders from ending up on the street or in shelters. So I hope you will support this project and uphold the environmental review. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Marina Binsack. I'm a San Francisco resident, and I have a mother that has rented in the Mission for over 20 years. My sister was raised in the Mission, and so it's really a personal concern. She's obviously an elder already, though she won't admit it. Since she is renting, I'm concerned as to where she will go next once she can no longer rent where she's at. But if not for her, at least we could house other seniors that are in need. We've really become an ill-willed city, I think, where we're often looked at as a welcoming city, and I think we could change that, at least when it comes to thinking about our elders, which I can't even believe we need to have this discussion. And I also think that the transportation argument is a moot point. So many of us San Franciscans, like myself, do not own cars. I've never owned one. I just learned how to drive last year. And I take Muni and BART, which is filled with elders. My mom walks half the city every day. I know plenty of elders that don't have a problem walking all over the city. So I am in support of the project as is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jordan Davis, and I'm in the Leadership Academy at the Mission SRO Collaborative. And I oppose this frivolous appeal and support the senior housing development at 1296 Shotwell. There is no shadow impact, and it is very unlikely that low-income seniors have cars, especially in this city. Besides all this is a very, very, very necessary project. We need to build as much deeply affordable housing as possible, and we should pull out all the stops. And our seniors are often either homeless or living in SROs, which have no private bathrooms, deplorable conditions, and busted-up elevators. In conclusion, we cannot give in to whiny, Trump-esque, NIMBY crybabies who are appealing this necessary project. Let's give a Valentine to our seniors and deny this hateful, bigoted BSA appeal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
My name is Scott Weaver. I'm from the San Francisco Tenants Union, a Calle 24 Latino Cultural District. Last week we learned about Iris Canada being evicted. I'm sure our emotions ran a gamut from sadness to outrage, from embarrassment and shame. But she was actually one of the more fortunate. A few months ago, I learned about a 75-year-old homeless man who died in the Mission of exposure, or two 80-year-old sisters who were kicked out of their apartment because of a illegal rent increase and are now sleeping on a couch, or a 79-year-old man who is sleeping on a kitchen floor for the price of $600 a month. The project at 1296 Shotwell is designed to house these people, and it's a long time coming. This land was dedicated in 2011. This is 2017. In order to prevail on a CEQA appeal, which is all this is, the appellants have to show that they can make a fair argument that this project will have a negative impact on the physical environment. That is, they have to show evidence. They can't use conjecture or speculation. They have to show evidence. And they're attempting to invoke CEQA by saying this project is going to cause blight or vagrancy or crime or vandalism, which does not pass the straight-face test. They have provided no evidence to support their appeal, and it should therefore be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
My name is Soledad Cepeda de Gutierrez. I'm a disabled person. I have been living in Shawwell for about 25 years ago, and I'm here to support the housing for the homeless elderly people. And I think this is the time to make the change, because everybody, as a human being, has to have a place to live. At least they have to have a place to live, because this planet is for everybody. And we need to make not only this project, we need more projects like this for everybody who doesn't have a place to live. So I'm begging you, all the supervisors, on the name of God, to pass this project for the elderly people and open more other projects for other people too that are still suffering in the street too. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Martinez. I am from the Mission SRO Collaborative, a program under Dolores Street Community Services. And I am here because I am very much in support of 1296 Shotwell project and very much not in support of this appeal. We at the Mission SRO Collaborative work with SRO tenants all the time. Just today I was doing outreach in an SRO and meeting a lot of seniors, actually. In fact, a huge number of the people who live in SROs are seniors who deserve dignified housing. Many of them have health issues that are greatly exacerbated by the poor conditions in the SROs. No one should have to live in a crumbling building with mold, pests, asbestos exposure, and constant eviction threats. But it deeply pains me knowing that a huge number of the people living in these conditions are seniors, are elders, people we should be revering. This senior housing development must be built so that the seniors in the SROs can have a chance to apply and live in dignified housing. We are in a crisis, and we cannot delay any longer to build low-income and affordable housing. For many who qualify for this project, their lives depend on your decision to build this housing as soon as possible. I actually live in a neighborhood where all the buildings are 1 or 2 stories except for one big 10-story senior development. And it's still a beautiful building. It is still a neighborhood that we can pride ourselves on having integrity and for caring for our community. And if I really want to see that full sunset, I'll just walk 12 steps down the street. And at least I can hold my head up high saying that we treated our seniors in our community with respect. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please. And before the next speaker, I'll just remind the audience to show your support. You can use your supportive fingers. Thank you. Please proceed, sir.
Honorable board members, my name is Ramon Quintero. I am a community planner at TNDC, a low-income housing developer, a nonprofit working out of the Tenderloin, and we have projects all throughout the city. And we are in support of this project because we firsthand, we know what the need is in San Francisco. We know that, we also know just from demographic changes that the elder population is increasing, not just here, but throughout the United States, and we need to be conscious of that when we make decisions about housing. And also, the location where this project is situated is really close to transportation. I could see senior people walking to small businesses, buying some groceries nearby. I could see this is a perfect location for a senior housing project. And more than anything, I could see these seniors contributing to the community. I could see these seniors not just like smiling at the neighbors, but also contributing to the fact that they are part of the community and they can definitely like be elders to young people that live in the community. I think this will be good for them. This is also will be good for the mission because we need diversity in terms of age is important, and we need to be for that. And diversity in terms of housing has to match diversity in terms of demographics. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Andy Blue. I live in the Mission District. I'm part of the Plaza 16 Coalition. We are a coalition with the support of more than 100 organizations and merchants in the Mission District and across the city. We formed to oppose the monster in the Mission and to oppose market rate development until the neighborhood's enormous needs for affordable housing are met. We are not opposed to housing development, however, of course, and we have come up with what we call the marvel in the Mission. As a replacement for the monster in the Mission, it is 100% affordable housing. And likewise, we 100% support this 100% of housing. This project is one small but significant step towards meeting the enormous needs for affordable housing in the Mission District and the city. And as we are specifically concerned today with environmental impacts, I would just, for this project and future projects in the Mission, refer folks to the 2014 study done by Transform and the California Housing Partnership Corporation titled, "Why Creating and Preserving Affordable Housing Near Transit is a Highly Effective Climate Protection Strategy." The study provides ample evidence that affordable housing density in transit-rich corridors is far more effective at reducing greenhouse gas emissions than market rate development in transit-rich corridors. If this were 9 stories of market luxury housing, we would have a different take on this project, clearly. As it is 100% affordable, we fully support it. We are fully against the appeal and build the marvel in the Mission, not the monster in the Mission. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Leslie Dreyer with Housing Rights Committee. We support this project and reject this appeal. And we're incredibly exhausted by coming here week after week, demanding that you do everything you can to address affordability, housing, and eviction crises. The shelter wait list is over 1,000 names long regularly, and many of them are seniors, which prove you've failed your constituency time and time again. SDA, HRC, TU, all the housing orgs regularly have seniors coming through our doors and begging us to stop their eviction because they have nowhere else to go. Your history of approving city budgets where the majority of it goes to the racist police and warehousing humans is a disgrace. We ask that you get on the right side of history and shift your priorities to address the needs of our most vulnerable residents. One way to start is by ignoring this classist and ageist appeal that would deny our elders a right to a home. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Marsh. Wow, just wow. I'd hoped to come here simply to appeal to you to, given that affordable housing is the single most effective preventative for both displacement and homelessness, I came here hoping to just appeal to you to do the right thing, move forward all of the units, proposed units, to deny the appeal, and give the potential senior tenants of this project a chance to live out their lives in dignity and in decent conditions instead of potentially facing displacement, homelessness, and a shortened and brutish life on the streets. Well, instead I learned that according to the appellant, this project requires environmental review because apparently it's going to bring in the tagger and vandals and petty the retired seniors, taggers, vandals, and petty criminals collective. Wow, just wow. It seems to me that this runs completely contrary to everything we know about aging, that the claim is absurd, and if you doubt that, simply look at how off-point their evidence for this is. Simply take a look at the study. Both the appeal and the supporting document seem designed to appeal to the Trumpian racist prejudice of a Republican judge and to reflect all of the various social animosities of the appellants. Please do the right thing. Please deny this appeal and please, please please move this forward so we can get seniors off of the streets or keep them off the streets. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors and staff. I commend your sticking with this. My name is Sharon, and I'm with ACE, and I have been a resident of the Mission District for over 35 years. And I am appalled at the opposition to this project. I want to get the terms right. I am in opposition to the opposition. Okay, so it gets a little confusing. I know when I first started getting involved in these housing issues, I too was against construction that was going to happen very near me. And I have since found out that, well, it was no secret, we have a huge shortage of affordable housing. We have a huge shortage of housing for seniors. I am a senior. I am recently retired and have looked at senior housing list. I can't even see the place. The lists are closed. You can't even get on a list. And I have friends that had to relocate to places that they had a terrible time adjusting to. Anyway, this project is only a drop in the bucket. We need 100 times more housing for seniors. And let's include some disabled in there too. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Eric Arguello. I'm the president of Calle 24 Latino Culture District, and I do want to emphasize cultural district. We're not a historical district, which was mentioned by someone in planning. Historical districts are tied to physical buildings, and we don't do that. Calle 24 has met with Meta, their partners and architects, and fits all the criteria for the Latino Cultural District. So we are supporting the project and opposing the appeal. I do want to say also that we work closely with the police department, Captain Parrea, and crime is up in the neighborhood. But one thing that we are seeing, and we have seen in the past, though, is a lot of this crime comes from the outside, and that's been going on for a lot of years. Another piece of it, though, is that, even though crime is up in the neighborhood, we haven't seen 100% affordable housing built in the Mission for over at least 10 years. But what we have seen is, hundreds and hundreds of market rate units come into the neighborhood. So the correlation between affordable housing and crime, it just does not jive. Thank you, and please oppose this appeal.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, today. My name is John Mendoza. I'm one of the co-founders of the Latino Culture District. I want to speak in oppose of this appeal. I mean, as far as I know, there's 2,000 luxury market rate developments coming into the cultural district. And there's like 700, only because we've been having this argument, that are coming online in the next couple of years. How many of them are seniors? I mean, this is ridiculous that we're even debating this. This is what, like another gentleman said, it's a fight that we're fighting out in the public. And it's ridiculous that people are paying them with their lives. I lived a block away from this for the last 14 years. I got evicted when Lennar was coming in. Okay, I oppose Lennar because it goes too much one way. But how can you say senior is going too much one way when we haven't built anything, not for 10 years, but for 18 years? Nothing has been built in this area for affordable for seniors since I can remember. Please deny this appeal, and thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Madam Clerk, Madam Chair, Madam President. My name is Otto Duffy. I'm a neighborhood activist in the North Market neighborhood right over here. In general, I believe that we need to maximize the most amount of general benefits from developments and minimize the negative consequences. What I was struck with in this, I appreciate that. I appreciate that in our opposition today. What I was struck with was the statement of the concern over overconcentration of low-income housing. I wrote it down so I could get it straight, because it struck me because most of the activists and the organizing in my neighborhood over here, the Tenderloin, north of Market, that's exactly what we're trying to achieve right now. We're trying to get a higher concentration of lower-income housing. So what I think is that low income, it doesn't have to mean poverty, it doesn't have to mean dysfunction, and it doesn't have to meet unmet needs. The goal is, for us to work as a city to alleviate those things. And certainly in the north of Market, we're trying to build resident activism and a community that's sensitive to those issues so that we can get the best possible outcome and get as nearly as possible to normal living, quality of living. So I guess I'm opposing the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Fernando Martí with the Council of Community Housing Organizations, in support of this project and opposed to the appeal of its environmental review. We hear a lot about population pressures, about the great demand for housing. I'm pretty excited that we just got to this fancy Mission Action Plan 2020 draft proposal that's got some interesting numbers in here. We see that in the Mission District, we've lost 20% of the people earning under the median income and gained 50% more of people earning more than the median. But what's fascinating about the data in here is comparing what's happening in the Mission to what's happening in the rest of the city. Since 2000, San Francisco has gained 8,000 households that earn more than $200,000. The Mission has gained 2,000 of them, meaning that a quarter of the rich moving into San Francisco are honing in directly in this one neighborhood as their new playground. And as a consequence, we have lost a tremendous amount of the people who live here, the seniors, people on fixed incomes, the families. In short, the entire working class community is threatened by these moves. So how do we solve this? We solve this by protecting our tenants. We solve this by preserving the rent-controlled housing that we have, taking it out of the speculative market. And yes, we solve it by producing new, permanently affordable housing that is not only affordable to seniors and the people who need it, but that is controlled and owned by community-based organizations that are accountable to their neighborhoods. And that is what this project represents. This is how we solve our housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
I'm Rick Hall. I've actually worked on some of these appeals on the other side, and I recognize a lot of the words and phrases in this document that they have filed. Interesting. Anyway, but what I find is it's all twisted. You know, I've complained about traffic, but in conjunction with market rate projects, where in the Mission, we've seen that between 2000 and 2012, when the income went up from 51,000 to 75, the cars almost doubled from 37% of households to 73. I don't think that applies to these seniors. So, and also, I guess another thing, you know, I am always pushing for the city to look at socioeconomic impacts. And yet I'm astounded to see in here that you can deny this, that the physical change brought about by the project may be determined to be significant if it results in substantive social or economic changes. Negative changes. I don't think these seniors are going to degrade this neighborhood. Lastly, the LCD itself. I'm also with the Cultural Action Network. The residents of this building will enhance the culture of the LCD. And the LCD will enhance the lives of these seniors. This project is totally compatible with the LCD. And I would just point out that a month before today, the appellant was on Nextdoor creating a big fuss about should there be an LCD. Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Supervisors. Peter Papadopoulos, Cultural Action Network. I do want to pick up on what the previous speaker had to say, and just because these are familiar appeals, right? And so I would like to tick through what we think are significant differences between the appeal of an affordable housing project like this one and the appeal of a luxury housing project, much of which the appellants attempt to apply here inaccurately. So for starters, the citing of the Lennar and Axis analyses that many of you voted for previously, that was specifically to look at gentrification and displacement impacts. That is specifically not a problem here. In terms of how we see adverse socioeconomic impacts with a project like this, well, we don't, obviously. What we see is this is a neighborhood stabilization project. That's the net result of a project like this. It stabilizes our seniors. It specifically does not flip the mom and pop's businesses surrounding a project like this, which in turn causes the neighbors to say, hey, this is not my neighborhood, I can't afford it anymore, and they move out. So this is a stabilization project, not a gentrification and displacement project. You've heard parking mentioned. Folks who live in 100% affordable housing, they own less cars, they drive less miles. These are seniors who are going to own less cars and drive less miles, and they're right on transit. Height and density is, again, drastically diminished in a project like this because of the nature of the project itself, especially that it's a senior project. I do want to note PDR replacement is important. However, this project replaces it with something that community groups have decided is the social equivalent, and that is reflected in the Prop X legislation as well, which is here we're replacing lost PDR with gained social services for the clients who need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Marilyn Duran. I'm a community organizer with PODER, People Organizing to Demand Environmental and Economic Rights. We're a member-based organization that works primarily with Latino immigrant families and youth in our community. I'm also born and raised in the Mission, and thankfully I still live here. I've actually been part of the team that's gone in outreach and talked to the community and created focus groups. So we've spoken with a lot of residents in the community about their concerns, about what they think. We've talked to folks from Mission and Bernal, and have changed our design and tried new scenarios and have really had discussions with people. So we've really been part of talking to the community. And a lot of people who aren't here today, who couldn't be here today, a lot of the seniors who were able to come to Planning Commission and speak in support of this, really want this to be built, and I don't necessarily want to speak for them, but I want you to know that they were present at the Planning Commission and had beautiful stories to share about how some of them are living in cars. Someone who comes to our office regularly, Don Fernando, who has something's wrong with his liver. He has cirrhosis, he has diabetes, and the doctor told him that the only way that he could really get better was to stabilize his housing. And now we have an opportunity to stabilize the health and the well-being of our seniors in our community. And my heart is really broken that the people opposing this don't see these faces who come to our office, who come every day and tell us they don't have a place to live, and these 20 units that could house these people who really need it. I wish they could see their faces, how they cry all the time that they don't have housing. And I just want to voice also that the issue with parking, a lot of these folks maybe they're living in their cars because they don't have they don't have enough money for housing, but they'd be willing to give it up to be in these places. And there is going to be a shuttle, and this is a transit-rich neighborhood for them to be in. So I wish I knew what it was like to oppose a project for the inconvenience of parking when people's lives are on the line here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please. I'll just remind the public, please use your supportive fingers, as audible sounds of support is not allowed in the chamber. Thank you kindly. Next speaker.
I'm really glad that item 23 is here, and I'm for this item. I really am. I think about how Jesus said we should respect and honor our elders. You know, years ago, back in the 70s, I used to be a carpenter, and we built the Wolf House there for old people on 4th and Howard. It was, I think it's like 10 stories high. I still remember that. We had like a foundation about that thick, and it took us basically half the day just to pour the foundation of that thing. And it was all for old people. And, you know, so I'm for this. Let's go ahead and move on this. This is going to take place, I guess, 1296 Shotwell. And so I'm not sure where that's at, but we disagree on a lot of things, and we agree on some things, and I think this would be a good deed to do. I really do. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Wendy, and I am speaking today as a member of the public and an enthusiast of truly affordable housing. Speaking about mixed income development is, of course, desirable, but as you all know, the reality is that inclusionary housing and market rate developments do not include low-income seniors. As a matter of fact, very little housing is being produced for those who make under $41,000 a year, or, as you know, at 55% of area median income. San Francisco has a 20% rate of seniors. According to my calculation, that's about 160 or 170,000 seniors, presumably most on fixed incomes. Shelter residents are now predominantly seniors over the age of 50. This housing is desperately needed, and I'm also going to speak about two of my friends. My friend Sandy is spending, she is retired with Social Security and working part-time, and still she spends 75% of her income on her rent. The other part of it is I have another friend, Jeff, who started the year of 2017, January 1st, being homeless. He is now in a skilled nursing facility, soon to be discharged, possibly into a shelter. His ongoing conditions include dialysis 3 times a week, COPD, diabetes.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, President and members of the board. My name is Iris Marians, and I want to speak on behalf of my aunt, Iris Canada, who was evicted on Friday by your sheriff, Vicki Hennessy. These types of projects are vital to this community.
I'm pausing your time. I'm pausing your time. This item is a special 3 p.m. hearing for an address at 1296 Shotwell.
Right, for housing.
There will be general public comment coming up in the next couple of
This is not
minutes.
general. This is in support of this project.
Okay.
But it is based on the issues that have happened to her.
Okay, great. I will continue
So may I
your
finish
time.
my
Yes,
comments?
yes. Generally speaking, yes.
There are a lot of people that are property prospectors that come to San Francisco and push out longtime native residents of this city. Your seniors are your most precious and vulnerable constituents that have fallen through the cracks because of the failure on behalf of all of the departments that are supposed to address their issues. Speaking to Adult Protective Services, speaking to the DA's office, speaking to the leadership of the city. I heard a lot of tweets. I heard the sheriff speak that my aunt was safe with me and make a lot of comments that were not true. Peter Owens and many others have frauded and used the city of San Francisco's resources to fraud this government and a senior citizen of your population. And we'd like to make sure that you have those documents. I sent many documents to the board. What has happened here is a travesty. Please do what you can when you can for this population that is so vulnerable. So in support of this project and in support of my aunt, who has been frauded, who people just walked away, she is not a tenant, she is an owner. If you look at your county assessor's office, she is an owner. They lied, they frauded her, they went before the court, and all their crimes became legal. Please do something while you have time for your senior population. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Caroline Fang. I am the Director of Community Real Estate at Mission Economic Development Agency, one of the sponsors for this project. 8,000 Latinos have been evicted in the last decade, and no affordable housing has been built in the last decade in the Mission. Why do we need this housing? When we fought for this housing, and Supervisor Ronan knows this, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, to be part of a market rate deal, VITA, we expected it would have come up immediately. So now we need this housing to come up immediately and to compensate for the 114 luxury housing condos that have come up since then in the last 2 years, and we still haven't seen this one come up. So we really appreciate you thinking about supporting this and making this happen instantly and making sure that our seniors can actually stay in this community. The 94 units will compensate for all the luxury housing that has been built by VITA and by other luxury housing that's continuing to get built in the Mission. And so we encourage you to think about not just this environmental appeal as the environmental appeal that happened for this particular project, but how opposing this appeal is opposing it for all the other luxury housing developments that are also trying to make sure that they happen. So thank you very much for supporting this project, and I hope we can imagine a future where the tall buildings in this neighborhood are all serving working class residents and preserving the diversity of this neighborhood and the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who'd like to speak in opposition of the appeal? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. There will be up to 3 minutes for rebuttal by the appellant or the appellant representative.
Again, this is Craig Weber, Intermission Neighbors, and thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your patience. I'm a senior. I'm the senior that discovered the deceased 76-year-old on 25th Street in Shotwell last month. I'm the senior citizen that wrote the blog on Nextdoor regarding the tragedy, and I'm the senior whose photographs appeared in Mission Local about this tragedy. I understand the plight of the senior citizens in San Francisco. We do not oppose low-income housing for seniors. What we do oppose is a 9-story building on a residential street, on a historic street, Shotwell, which has more Victorians listed in San Francisco Registry than any block or street in the Mission District. We ask you to consider the impact, the environmental impact on the neighbors who will be immediately impacted, who live within a 2-block radius of this development. We talked about poverty and crime, 26th Street and the Bernal projects. In the last 2 weeks, there have been 4 shootings. One man was shot outside a child care center at 26th and Treat Streets, across the street from Garfield Playground, where children play with their parents. There's heavy crime in this area, and there's an upsurge of crime. To continue to build low-income housing in a dense area like Shotwell and 26th Street, I think is going to create even more problems for the neighbors there. Thank you very much, and we hope that you would vote on a continuance of this development, particularly that in light of the appeal of 1515 South Van Ness and the legal grounds that was put forth by CAI 24 in their appeal. We're simply replicating that same appeal, same CEQA appeal, and asking you for a continuance. I don't think this can legally go forward as it's presented. Thank you.
Thank you. This hearing has been held and is now closed. This matter is now in the hands of the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Ronan.
Thank you. Thank you, President Breed. First, I just wanted to thank everyone who came out today and spoke. Your testimony was incredibly compelling. Spending your Valentine's Day here at the Board of Supervisors all afternoon, I know it's because you love seniors so much, and you love affordable housing so much, and that means a lot to me as well. I'd like to take a moment to address Mr. Weber's last comment. I don't understand how you can, in the same sentence, say that you're for senior housing, and then right after that, equate senior housing with crime in the neighborhood. It's offensive. It's offensive to me, and I don't understand the logic of your argument. But let me just start off by saying that there was one particular testimony that I heard today that really moved me, and she's no longer here. I didn't catch her name. She spoke in Spanish. And what she said was that seniors can only work one job, not 2 or 3 jobs like us, the younger folks. That is what people are facing in the Mission District, that in order to survive and in order to live in this neighborhood, if you're a younger folk, you need to work 2 or 3 jobs in order to make ends meet. And if you're a senior, you can't enjoy your retirement or survive on Social Security. You have to work at least one job even to afford so-called quote-unquote affordable housing. This represents an entire breakdown in our system and in our society, and it's wrong. And this project is a solution to that deep problem in all of the United States of America, because this is not a problem that's specific to San Francisco, but it is just awful the way that we treat seniors in our society. I also, being a new supervisor and this being one of the first appeals to come forward before me, I wanted to spend a little time talking about the merits or the arguments or the lack of merit in the appeal. First of all, I want to talk about the Latino Cultural District. Yes, it's true that the Latino Cultural District is not a historic resource under CEQA, but it is a very important part of the Mission District. And the appellant absolutely misses the entire point of the Latino Cultural District, and especially misses the point of the upcoming special use district legislation that is aimed at protecting the long-standing businesses in the district. The main reason that many of these long-standing cultural assets are at risk in the Latino Cultural District is because of wide displacement of working and middle-income families that support and frequent these businesses. By adding more affordable housing to the district, we bring more clientele to these longstanding businesses and art institutions in the Latino Cultural District that have traditionally served this lower income neighborhood, and therefore affordable housing strengthens the Latino Cultural District. I wanted to make that point. I thought it was an important one, given that this legislation is currently pending in the legislative process. I also want to talk about heights and density. I'll touch on this a little bit more in a minute, but no news to anyone here. We have an acute housing crisis in San Francisco, acute. It's not only, I'm later going to introduce legislation dealing with the fact that teachers can't afford to live here, and that we have record teacher vacancies all over the Mission, and someone spoke about it today. We have people living in tents on the street because they can't afford anywhere to live. We need to build taller and denser when it's more affordable housing in any appropriate spot in San Francisco. And I can't imagine a more appropriate spot in the Mission than along Cesar Chavez Street, which is where we can handle building higher and denser. And so I find that incredibly appropriate for this particular project. I want to touch upon parking for a second. The Mayor's Office of Housing conducted an informal survey of senior affordable housing developments and found that senior residents do not own cars so long as there is alternative transportation that's provided. This project will be providing shuttle service for its residents to get to medical appointments and to shop for groceries, and it's an incredibly transit-rich neighborhood. I don't believe in a one-size-fits-all parking solution for or parking policies for every neighborhood in San Francisco, but Mission is without a doubt one of the most transit-rich neighborhoods in the entire city, and so parking is just not the same level of concern, especially for an 100% affordable housing unit that's serving seniors that are very low income, and the chances of them being able to afford a vehicle are so slim. And I'm just going to return one moment because I really, really found it offensive to equate affordable housing projects and just equating people who are poor and low income with vagrancy, blight, vandalism, and crime. It's the second time this has happened in an appeal coming out of the mission recently, and it could not be more inaccurate and wrong. I think the public comment touched on this better and more eloquently than I could here today. But as the new supervisor of the district, I want to be incredibly clear. I do not believe that affordable housing, soup kitchens, other services that serve the poor enhance neighborhood problems like crime and homelessness that are real and that we're facing in the mission. They are absolutely the solutions to poverty, and they're the solutions that I'm going to be fighting for during my entire 4 years in office. Poor people, people of color, seniors, and residents of affordable housing are not a nuisance or a blight to be pushed out of the neighborhood. Poor people are as entitled to be part of the mission and every other neighborhood in San Francisco as the wealthiest members of our community. And let's talk a little bit more about what seniors are facing in San Francisco. The Department of Aging and Adult Services released its comprehensive needs assessment in 2015, which found that 16% of seniors, 25,000 individuals, are living below the poverty line here in San Francisco. 20% of San Francisco shelter occupants are 60 years old or older. They're living in shelters, they're living on the streets. In 2015, the homeless count, and what we're finding in every single homeless count each year, is that more and more people that are sleeping in the streets, in tents, in cars, in abandoned buildings are seniors. They're people that should have a dignified retirement and a safe place to live. This project is a solution to the most severe challenges that we are facing in San Francisco. I will work with anyone on projects that create a large amount of affordable housing, and where appropriate, I do believe we must build tall, we must build dense, and we must build affordable. And for those that are complaining about tent encampments, gang activity, public intoxication, and day laborers, the best way to address these issues and situations that are inextricably linked to poverty is to build dignified, stable housing. That is precisely what this project is about. I am excited to support it, and I believe the streamlined review for this infill project was absolutely appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ronan. And so with that, seeing no other names on the roster, it appears that you'd like to... 1 second, Supervisor.
Sorry. Is there another comment?
No.
Oh, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 24 and file items 25 and 26.
Okay, Supervisor Ronan has made a motion to approve items 24 and table 25 and 26, seconded by Supervisor Peskin on the motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin? Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan?
Aye.
Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai?
Aye.
Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy?
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell? Farrell, aye. Supervisor Fewer?
Aye.
Fewer, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Colleagues, the infill project determination is finally affirmed unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go back to our regular board business.
We left off at item 6.
All right, item 6, please.
Item 6 is a resolution to approve a third modification to professional services agreement between Bombardier Transportation Holdings USA, Inc. and the city for a new not-to-exceed amount of approximately $115.5 million to provide operation and maintenance services for the AirTrain system and cover the replacement of obsolete AirTrain parts and equipment through February 18th, 2018.
Roll call vote.
On item 6, Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan?
Hillary.
Supervisor Ronan?
Hillary.
Aye. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai? Aye. Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy?
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye. Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell? Farrell, aye. Supervisor Fewer?
Aye.
Fewer, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 7 is a resolution to authorize the tax collector to sell at public auction certain parcels of tax defaulted real property.
Colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call items 8 through 12.
Items 8 through 12 are 5 resolutions that authorize the Office of Contract Administration to enter into various amendments effective from October 13th, 2011 through September 30th, 2018. Item 8 authorizes entering into a 4th amendment of the contract agreement between the City and Adventel Networks to increase the contract limit from $9.9 million to $15 million. Item 9 authorizes a 3rd amendment to the agreement between the City and Computerland of Silicon Valley to increase the contract limit from $44 million to $58 million. Item 10 authorizes a 3rd amendment to the agreement between the City and On Point Technologies to increase the contract limit from $50 million to $77 million. Item 11 authorizes the entrance into the 3rd amendment to the agreement between the City and X-Tech JV to increase the contract limit from $56 million to $94 million. And item 12 authorizes entering into the 3rd amendment to the agreement between the City and Intervision Systems Technologies, Inc. to increase the contract limit from $15.5 million to $30 million.
Colleagues, can we take those items, same house, same call? Without objection, the resolutions are adopted unanimously. Next item.
Item 13 is a resolution to fix prevailing wage rates for individuals engaged in loading or unloading on city property of materials, goods, or products into or from a commercial vehicle in connection with a show or special event, and individuals engaged in driving a commercial vehicle into or from which materials, goods, or products are loaded or unloaded on city property in connection with the show or special event.
Supervisor Safai.
Colleagues, I need to recuse myself on this item because in the last 12 months I worked directly with Teamsters Local 2785 on crafting and working on this legislation and received income.
Okay, Supervisor Safai has asked to be recused from this item. Moved by Supervisor Peskin, seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, Supervisor Safai is excused. On the item, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On item 13, Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan.
Aye.
Ronan, aye. Supervisor Sheehy.
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Fewer.
Aye.
Fewer, aye. There are 10 ayes.
The resolution is adopted unanimously. Item 14.
Item 14 is an ordinance to amend the administrative and planning codes to authorize the Entertainment Commission to hold a hearing on noise issues related to proposed projects for construction of new hotels and motels or conversions of existing structures to be located within 300 feet of a place of entertainment, and to provide recommendations to the Planning Department or the Department of Building Inspection regarding such projects.
Roll call vote.
On item 14, Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan.
Aye.
Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai.
Aye.
Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy.
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Fewer.
Aye.
Fewer, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The ordinance passes unanimously on the first reading. Next item, please.
Item 15 is an ordinance to amend the health code to prohibit pet stores from selling dogs or cats not obtained from animal rescue organizations or shelters, and to prohibit the sale of puppies or kittens under 8 weeks old.
Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. I just want to really quickly thank our SPCA and our Animal Care Control today, and Ashley from my office for working on this legislation. We really do believe that it'll set a great message, not just in San Francisco, but across California, nationwide and hopefully worldwide. And today we did have adoptable animals in our office. Unfortunately, our meeting took too long. Otherwise, I was going to ask everyone to go and visit. But we did have dogs from SPCA and ACC out for adoption, and we will continue our work encouraging adoptions. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. Colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance passes unanimously on the first reading. Next item, please.
Item 16 is a resolution to determine that the transfer of a Type 48 on-sale general public premises license to Emporium SF, located at 616 Divisadero Street, will serve the public convenience in accordance with the California Business and Professions Code, and recommend that the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control impose conditions on the issuance of such license.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 17 is a motion to amend the Board of Supervisors Rules of Order to set forth the process for administration of oaths to individuals testifying before the board and to authorize the Government Audit and Oversight Committee to administer such oaths.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to yourself and Chair Kim for forwarding this matter to the full board from the Government Audit and Oversight Committee. I have circulated a very modest amendment that is before all of you that excludes city employees testifying in their official capacity in response to a number of units of labor. As we saw at the Government Audit and Oversight Committee relative to city employees, we can and indeed did invoke the Code of Conduct provisions, which is different than penalty of perjury, but this would, except for in the case of subpoena, not apply to city employees testifying in their official capacity or members of the public, and I would like to move those amendments.
Supervisor Peskin has made a motion to amend, seconded by Supervisor Yee. Colleagues, can we take the amendment without objection? Without objection, the amendment passes. Supervisor Sheehy.
Yes, so through the chair, I'm opposed to this. Having been on the other side of the fence a number of times, I think that I find this very chilling for public participation. I mean, the criminal liabilities should not be part of participating in the political process and coming before this body. We already have a process where the entire board can issue a subpoena and ask people to take an oath, and I personally just I don't see the need for this, and I do think it will be extremely chilling.
Thank you, Supervisor Sheehy. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. I do appreciate the amendments that Supervisor Peskin is making today, and I actually do agree that those should be made. But I think on balance, I'm still very uncomfortable with turning our body into something that is almost like a court setting. And I do understand that it's not your intention to use or invoke this change to scare anybody off from testifying here at the Board of Supervisors or at GAO committee. But I do think that we do currently have a way for our Board of Supervisors to be able to invoke something very similar, albeit it takes a little bit longer to do so. And also, I personally believe that when people are testifying in committee, they're on camera, it's in public, it's on record forever. I think that it would be in their best interest to not lie on camera or in public. And so, so again, today, on balance, I think I won't be able to support this legislation.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. Supervisor Farrell.
Ditto to what Supervisor Sheehy and Tang said.
Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. Supervisor Peskin, I was just wondering if you could talk to me a little bit more about your thought process, what you're hoping to accomplish with the legislation, and why, what led you to introduce it.
Supervisor Peskin.
Through the President to Supervisor Cohen, as we have all seen, the investigatory arm of the Board of Supervisors, which is the Government Audit and Oversight Committee, has now held 4 separate hearings on the sinking and tilting Millennium Tower. To that end, because one individual peer reviewer refused to testify and was really a very important individual in our investigations, this board issued, or actually the last board issued the first subpoena, I think in 23 or 24 years. Madam Clerk knows the exact number, And there are other individuals, other peer reviewers, whose testimony and truthful testimony is very important to our getting to the bottom of this. This is not something to be used lightly, but I think it is very important that individuals, particularly in a case of manifest public safety, understand the gravity under which they are testifying and need to understand that telling the truth, the whole truth, is very, very important in our attempting to address this imminent public safety issue and get to the bottom of it. And so it's not something that I expect the committee, or for that matter, the full board, to use with any frequency or regularity. But there is another individual who will be coming before the Government Audit Committee, another peer reviewer, that it would, I think, be very helpful to our investigations to have that individual testify pursuant to an oath. But it's not meant to apply to the general public or to chill city employees, and would rarely be used, but I think it is an important tool to have in our tool chest that has been absent from the board rules these many years.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. Through the president to Supervisor Peskin, thank you for that. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. The amendment to the board rules for the administration of the oath, is that just specific to the GAO committee?
So through the president to Supervisor Cohen.
Supervisor Peskin.
As it was originally drafted, it would have applied to any committee, but to address concerns, and because it really was originated out of the investigations of the GAO committee, we limited it to the GAO committee, as well as, should the full board ever wish to use it, the full board could use it. And so we've narrowed it in scope that way, narrowed it in scope to exclude members of the public testifying during general public comment, and further narrowed it in the amendments that we just adopted with regard to city employees testifying in their official capacity.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I actually have a couple of series of questions that I'd like to have permission to go through. And the questions are not just for me, my edification, but for the people that are at home that are listening that haven't had the pleasure to be briefed by Supervisor Peskin. So that's the reason why I'm just asking these types of questions, because I think that this is an interesting idea that you're proposing. So in response to your response about taking the oath, is this oath going to be administered every time at the beginning of every GAO committee?
No, the way, through the president to Supervisor Cohen, the way it is structured is if a member of the committee by motion asks that a particular individual testify and that motion passes, then the clerk of the committee, or if it's the full board, the clerk of the full board could administer the oath to that individual. I expect that it would be used seldom or rarely.
What are the penalties that I assume this body will be issuing should we find someone has lied?
This body, through the president, could not issue any penalties, but if the penalties for testifying under oath could be civil or criminal, I would defer those to the Deputy City Attorney, Mr. Givner. As you know, cases of the prosecution of people violating penalty of perjury provisions are seldom brought or enforced. But I think what's more important is that in very weighty and important cases, the individual understands the gravity of their testimony as we are trying to elicit answers that are, in cases like the Millennium, very important and very troubling.
I would agree that the cases, as it relates to the Millennium, is troubling. I think where I'm trying to figure out my balance, my point is, do we create a policy that's just targeting one particular issue, the Millennium, or is this a policy that could conceivably be used forever on multiple topics that come before the GAO, and then I think by your admission also by the Board of Supervisors? Is that correct? Like, this is, I'm just, if I'm wrong, correct me, please. It feels as if this is created to target the people that are associated with the Millennium Tower debacle.
through the president to Supervisor Cohen, that was the impetus for this, but there are many other bodies, including but not limited to the Board of Appeals, the Ethics Commission, various bodies in the state legislature, the United States Congress, who have and from time to time, when necessary, utilize these powers. It's a power that we can enjoy merely by a change to the board rule. Yes, the Millennium issue was the impetus for it, but I think that from time to time in the years and decades going forward, it may be a useful tool that this and future boards or committees may want to avail themselves of.
Is there already an existing process? Is it necessary? Is there an already existing process for taking an oath? Or, excuse me, not an oath, but testimony?
There is not, short of the instance wherein a subpoena is issued. And there is a safeguard, I may add, which is the safeguard is it requires a majority of this body or a majority of the committee. It cannot be invoked by one individual member. And I think that's a safeguard, too. I mean, ultimately, if a fellow committee member were to say that, I think I would say, explain the gravity and the necessity for that before we, by motion, do it.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking a moment to answer my questions. Madam Chair, thank you. I have one statement or question for the Deputy City Attorney. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, can you explain to me the existing process for taking testimony?
Sure. Deputy City Attorney John Givner. Under the Charter, the board has the authority to administer oaths. So the board could, by motion, if someone is here to testify either under subpoena or otherwise, the board could, by motion, administer an oath to that person at a full board meeting. The Supervisor Peskin's proposed rule...
There would have to be a vote taken in order to administer the oath? Excuse my interruption.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
So Supervisor Peskin's proposed rule change codifies that in the board rules and sets that up as a clear process in the board rules, because the board rules currently don't speak to it. But under the Charter, the board as a whole has that power to administer an oath by majority vote. If a committee wants to administer an oath to someone speaking before it, the committee does not currently have that authority. So if the chair of the committee or a member of the committee wants to administer an oath, that supervisor would introduce a motion at the board, probably for the next adoption without reference calendar, authorizing the committee to administer an oath at its upcoming meeting. But a committee couldn't, on the day of the committee meeting, decide to administer an oath, because you need to run that through the board, which, as you know, takes a week or two.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the time you've given me. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for answering my questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Sheehy.
Yes, through the president. I just, per California Penal Code 118, the penalty for perjury, perjury is a felony in California law, and if convicted, a person could serve up to 4 years in California state prison. I just don't feel comfortable putting people who come before this body at such onerous risk without the concurrence of all of us. We have the ability to do this. I think, we have one specific situation, which is never a good way to make policies, to go from one situation to suddenly change an entire policy, especially when we already have a way to do this. And investigatory powers should be used very lightly and very deliberately, especially when the penalty is state prison. And to say that, this is rarely used, is not a good defense in my mind, because a law exists. Usually when it's rarely used, it's rarely used disproportionately on people who don't have power. It's people in power and who have power who seldom suffer the consequences of these types of things. And we purport to be for civil liberties, but what we're doing is making it relatively easily two members of this body, it can be now, it can be in the future, it can be at some point way down the road when the people who are under the gun or in the barrel may not be people that we think have the same opinion of that we do with Millennium Towers. The only thing I would note is that there's an incredible amount of litigation going on about Millennium Towers. It's good for us, I guess, to understand what happened so we can make sure it doesn't happen again. But testimony is being collected under oath, I think, in several venues. So, again, with all due respect to all of my colleagues, I don't think I would trust myself and one other colleague or any other two colleagues to be able to impose this on members of the public who we've asked to come in and talk to us. If we all think it's important, we all want to do it, then that's okay, which we can do already.
Thank you, Supervisor Sheehy. Supervisor Peskin.
So, Madam President, I would submit that one of the most important powers afforded to the legislative branch of government under our charter is our unlimited power of inquiry. And I would further submit that individuals, particularly in the aforementioned case, but in any number of realms that we should be on top of and inquire about, should testify truthfully. And I can't abide a notion where somebody who, proving perjury is very difficult, seldom, if ever, done by this district attorney or any district attorney that preceded our current district attorney. But the message that one ought not lie in a case of great gravity to this board with its unlimited powers of inquiry, I think are manifestly important. And with that, let's see where the votes go.
Okay, seeing no other names on the roster, this does require an 8-vote threshold since it is a change of the board rules. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
To my item. On item 17, Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan.
No.
Ronan, no. Supervisor Safai.
Aye.
Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy.
No.
Sheehy, no. Supervisor Tang.
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
No.
Farrell, no. Supervisor Fewer.
Aye.
Fewer, aye. There are 7 ayes and 4 noes with supervisors. Ronan, Sheehy, Tang, and Farrell in the dissent.
Okay, this motion fails. Next item, please.
Item 18 is a motion to confirm the reappointment of Naomi Kelly as city administrator for a 5-year term.
Roll call vote.
On item 18, Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan.
Aye.
Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai.
Aye.
Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy.
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Big aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Fewer.
Aye.
Fewer, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The motion is approved unanimously. Congratulations, Ms. Kelly. Well, Mrs. Kelly. Next item, please.
Item 19 is a motion to amend the board's rules of order by making clarifying amendments to Rule 3.27, Public Safety and Neighborhood Services, and Rule 3.28, Land Use and Transportation Committee, striking Rule 3.31 to remove the Joint City and School District Select Committee, and adding Rule 3.33 to create a Budget and Finance Select Committee on federal policy changes.
Okay, colleagues, we need to make one minor amendment to this particular item. Move to strike 3.33 and change that to 3.29. And I'd make that motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Tang. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, the amendment passes. And on the item as amended, colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the motion is approved as amended unanimously. Please call the next item.
Item 20 is a motion to appoint Supervisor Malia Cohen to the California State Association of Counties for a one-year term.
Colleagues, is there a motion to excuse Supervisor Cohen? Moved by Supervisor Tang, seconded by Supervisor Safai. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, Supervisor Cohen is excused. Madam Clerk, on the item, please call the roll.
On item 20, Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai.
Aye.
Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy.
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Fewer.
Aye.
Fewer, aye. There are 10 ayes.
The motion is approved unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 21 is a motion to appoint Supervisor Jeff Sheehy to the Bay Area Air Quality Management District Board of Directors for a 4-year term.
Okay, colleagues, is there a motion to excuse Supervisor Sheehy? Moved by Supervisor Yee, seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, Supervisor Sheehy is excused. Madam Clerk, on the item, please call the roll.
On item 21, Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan.
Aye.
Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Fewer.
Aye.
Fewer, aye. There are 10 ayes.
The motion is approved unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 22 is a motion to appoint Victor Oliveri, Kelsey Campbell, David Chasteen, and Dorothy Dottie Guy to the Veterans Affairs Commission for the unexpired portion of 4-year terms.
Roll call vote.
On item 22, Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan.
Aye.
Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy.
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Fewer.
Aye.
Fewer, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The motion is approved unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go to committee reports.
Item 27 was considered by the Budget and Finance Committee at a regular meeting on Thursday, February 9th, and was recommended as amended with the same title. It's a resolution to authorize the Sheriff's Department to submit a funding application to the Board of State and Community Corrections pursuant to California Senate Bill 844 for $70 million for a proposed project to renovate County Jail Number 2, outlining the matching cash contribution of $8.2 million and additional funds of $3.8 million.
Don't get me wrong. I know I got to step it up.
Colleagues, seeing no names on the roster, can we take this item? Same house, same call? Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimous.
Wait, sorry. Sorry.
1 second. Madam Clerk, do I have to rescind that vote?
You did not gavel down, Madam President.
Okay, great. Hey, pay attention, folks. Supervisor Ronan.
Yes, I just had a couple questions for you, Sheriff Hennessy. Thanks for being here.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hi. So I wanted to hear a little bit more. I realize that we need to renovate jail number 2, that this is critical, and fully understand that. My concern is that sort of the plans that we have before us right now and where inmates will be transferred when those renovations take place include a possibility that they'll be transferred to County Jail Number 3. And I do not believe that we should reopen that jail under any circumstances. So I wanted to hear a bit more from you about sort of what are some alternative options during the renovation of County Jail Number 2 if we didn't get this grant and then accepted it.
Well, there's a few
Sheriff, can you please identify yourself?
Oh, sorry. Sheriff Vicki Hennessy. Thank you. There's a few items that we can talk about in that order. As far as it goes, We did look at renovating that jail and moving people around as we renovated each section, but that would be almost that would be cost prohibitive to do it that way, and that means people would be coming in, then they'd go out, and then there'd be different trades coming in to do different work, but it would be extremely, extremely expensive. And also, the quality of life for the remaining inmates living in there while this work was done would not be appropriate. The second item, or the second thing to think about, was moving them to County Jail 3 and just clearing out that jail so that work could be done quickly, and so people could still be in the city and get the services that they get and have the access to their attorneys and other people, because we're talking mostly here about pretrial people. The third recommendation is to look at moving people to another county jail that might have room. And the thing to think about, at least for this purposes of this hearing, I think, is all we're asking for today is to approve the resolution so we can apply. There's going to be a lot of time to work on these issues as we go forward, and I think we're going to need to really look at them and think about them.
Okay, and so I have a question for Deputy City Attorney John Givner. So assuming that we approve this item today, when will the item come? Will the item come back to the board for a further review?
Angela.
Or not the item, but the project.
Deputy City Attorney John Givner again. If the city has awarded the funds, the board will have to approve the acceptance and expenditure. So it would come back to the board. The resolution kind of bakes that concept in, although it doesn't use the words I just used, as the sheriff said. So the board will have another opportunity to actually approve acceptance and expenditure. I don't know what the timing is on that. I would defer to the sheriff.
Yeah. The timing is June. We expect a decision in June whether or not we get the grant. This is a competitive grant. We may or may not get it.
Okay. So I'm inclined to support this item today, but I do not want to see inmates transferred or any work being done on County Jail number 3. We need to move everyone out of that building as quickly as possible, and so I'm looking forward to working with you and the community on strategies so that we can decrease our jail population. But I just wanted to put on the record that is not an option that I am open to entertaining if and when this project comes before us again through an acceptance.
Right. We're talking about sometime in 2019. Of course, we'd have to plan for that ahead of time if this were to occur. And hopefully by then, the strategies of the re-envisioning process may help us reduce the count enough that we would have another strategy available to us.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ronan. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. This is not a question for staff, but I did just want to express my concerns about the matching funds that the city will provide in $12 million issuing debt. I just think that this is an incredibly small amount, and it will lead to a total of $27 million being spent for something that I think the city can pay outright in cash. And so when this grant, if granted to us, comes back to the Board of Supervisors, I just encourage this board to really examine if COPs is the best vehicle to fund the matching funds, unless it's part of a larger COP issuance. I just don't think I can support such a small amount being issued as debt, given the additional cost being more than double what it would be if we were just to pay it outright. But I do look forward to further conversations. I do share the concerns that Supervisor Ronan has brought forward, but I do appreciate the sheriff spending time with each of our offices to walk through what the renovations might look like on this particular jail.
Thank you. And seeing no other names on the roster, as someone who has been intimately involved with the re-envisioning the jail project, holding a number of meetings to try and talk about alternatives to incarceration, I appreciate the work of our sheriff, as well as Barbara Garcia and Roma Guy, and many of the advocates who have been working towards trying to find a solution to doing exactly what we need to do, and that is close 850 Bryant. That is, without question needs to happen, but more importantly, we have to come up with an alternative and not the traditional build a jail, lock people up, and that is really the goal of what we're trying to accomplish here in this re-envisioning project. I definitely would strongly suggest, Sheriff Hennessy, that you meet with each and every member of the board to update them on exactly what is going on, especially because if you are awarded this grant, it will completely be a different conversation that we would be having. And so I just want to make sure that everyone understands, what's being requested, what's at stake, what are we going to do, what does the future hold for the work that we have to do around our county jail system here in the city. And so I just wanted to offer that. But this, as I had said before in the past, when I've supported applications for grants, that, it's a yes today to apply, but that may not be the same answer in the future if there are other issues that are unanticipated as a result of receiving the grant. So looking forward to a continued discussion about this particular item, and thank you for your efforts in trying to revitalize what we know is a challenging place to do so. And with that, on the item, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On item 27, Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan? Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai? Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy?
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell? Farrell, aye. Supervisor Fewer?
Aye.
Fewer, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The resolution is adopted unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go to roll call for introductions.
Supervisor Kim is first up to introduce new business. Supervisor Peskin?
Submit.
Supervisor Ronan?
Hi. So I got the Chronicle this morning and read the article by Heather Knight, just like Supervisor Safai, about the fact that we have not made much progress on building teacher housing or educator housing in San Francisco. And it really upset me. I have a 4-year-old daughter who's about to enter the public school system. And this was the first year that we had 22 classroom teacher vacancies at the beginning of the year. There was no permanent teacher at the beginning of the year. And we've been reading about the horror stories at Glen Park School, where one classroom has already had 13 teachers this year. A classroom that has had 13 teachers in 1 year, those kids are not getting a quality education, and this is entirely unacceptable. The urgency level around affordable housing for teachers and educators and paraprofessionals could not be greater. And so today I'm calling a hearing to ask the Board of Education, the Mayor's Office of Housing, the Teachers Union, to come to the Public Safety and Neighborhood Services Committee. I'd love to work with my colleagues to hold the hearing in the afternoon so that teachers and families can be there to testify and engage in this conversation and learn about what the plan is with urgency to build affordable housing for teachers and educators here in San Francisco. I am truly worried that by the time my child gets into public school, which is next year, that there will not be enough teachers so that she has a regular person that is providing her guidance and education, and that's unacceptable for a world-class city like San Francisco. So I'm looking forward with Supervisor Safai, who co-sponsored this hearing. We were both actually submitted the same request without realizing that the other one was doing it. So we're looking forward to working on this issue together. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Ronan. Supervisor Safai.
I'll be brief. As Supervisor Ronan said, we had the same idea. We're both very concerned about the shortage of housing, affordable housing for educators. I think this just brings home the point, the need for workforce housing. And so we want to bring the opportunity forward for the Unified School District and all the other folks named, the Teachers Union, Mayor's Office of Housing, and others, to really give us and the Board of Education to come and have an opportunity to really shine some light on the expediency with which we can build this and the actual emergency situation we're in. When teachers are not able to accept job opportunities that are offered to them at around $55,000 a year, $60,000 a year, because they can't afford to live in this city because there's not affordable housing, we need to really make this an urgent matter. So I appreciate the fact that Supervisor Ronan and I were on the same page, and we look forward to having that hearing in conjunction with Supervisor Sheehy as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Safai. Supervisor Sheehy.
Thank you, Supervisor Safai and Supervisor Ronan. I think we'll be the three public school parents, and we're all looking at this teacher issue with, it's a big problem. One of the kids in the 13 in the Glen Park School lives around the corner. We used to babysit her. So it's a desperate need. Anyway, today I'm requesting that legislation be drafted by the city attorney to form a new Department of Cannabis. Last November, the voters passed Proposition 63, legalizing adult use of cannabis in California as of January 2018. The proposition generated the requirement those involved in the adult use of cannabis receive a state license. But in order to receive that state license, an operator must show compliance with local regulations. And the proposition gave local jurisdictions wide latitude to generate processes and regulations. January 2018 is only 9 months away. If we don't have something in place, we'll have the Wild West, and knowing how long it takes things to get in place in San Francisco, I think we need to be ready. So I'm asking that legislation be drafted to form a department that will function as a single point of contact for cannabis in San Francisco to ensure that we have good quality operators and that we are preserving and protecting the quality of our neighborhoods and that there will be accountability.
Thank you, Supervisor Sheehy. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. So today I am introducing a resolution that many of you have also supported, and this is regarding ensuring that our parents have stable childcare options for them. So we are supporting Assembly Bill 60, the Child Care Protections and Working Families Act. And what it does is we are seeking to ensure that families who often have to prove their incomes at various phases often actually get kicked out of childcare support. And so this state law would update the income thresholds for when you first start, when you exit, and also allows for 12 months of childcare eligibility when a subsidy is given, and remove some of the required interim reporting during that 12-month period. And so we're just trying to provide more stability for parents who often have to choose between accepting a job that may pay more or getting a wage increase and actually getting kicked out of certain childcare programs as a result. So I want to thank my colleagues for supporting our effort on that. And secondly, I know that Supervisors Safai, Sheehy, and Ronan spoke about educator housing, teacher housing. I think that's really important. And I do believe that we have proposals that are pending and will be improved upon to really support workforce housing. And so I do hope that when that discussion comes in the springtime, that this board will really look at that in detail as how it is that we can adjust some of our AMI levels to support more people who are in the different job classifications that currently cannot access affordable housing in San Francisco. And then lastly, I believe Supervisor Farrell will probably also speak to this as well, but we will be working on legislation together to address development projects and how it is that certain agreements are worked out, ensuring that there is transparency around development deals and that all of the financials are vetted through independent third parties and our city departments fully, transparently, and accurately. And so we will be working on that as citywide legislation. So with that, I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would also like to co-sponsor the hearing for the teacher housing, if that's possible.
We'll add you as a co-sponsor.
Okay, thank you. Last week, Assembly Member David Chu introduced legislation that would allow for San Francisco and San Jose to have a 5-year pilot of automated speed enforcement, or what we call ASEs. And one of the principal co-sponsor there is Senator Weiner. And it's pretty, I thought I'd point out that both of the sponsors of this bill were supervisors here when this discussion started several years ago, when some of us came back from New York from a Vision Zero conference to say this is probably the best tool that we can have in regards to reducing collisions and causes fatalities or deep injuries. I mean, when you look at it, at the General Hospital, surgeons 5 times daily are called to attend to vehicle collisions, and the number one factor impacting the severity of injury or chance of survival is speed. If a pedestrian is hit by a car traveling 20 miles an hour, there is a 5% chance that the pedestrian will be killed. But if the car is traveling 40 miles per hour, there's an 85% chance that this person would be killed. San Francisco is the #1 city in the state in terms of seniors injured and killed in traffic collisions while walking. And last year, 35 individuals were killed on our streets. 35. As a senior, as a pedestrian, and as a third-generation San Franciscan, and the survivor of a near-fatal crash myself, this is really unacceptable. Last week, when this legislation was announced, we heard from members of the San Francisco Bay Area Families for Safe Streets. Every one of the members of this group have had family members killed, severely injured, or have been severely injured themselves on our streets. Injuries and fatalities due to speeding is absolutely preventable. As policymakers, we must do everything in our power to stop these preventable deaths. Survivors know the devastating impacts that crashes have not only physically and mentally, but incredibly burden these collisions cause to the entire family. I am committed to San Francisco being a Vision Zero city, and this is a very valuable tool to help us reach our goal. And I'll give you some examples of how effective this tool is. In Washington, D.C., they found a 70% reduction in fatalities when they started using the ASEs. In New York City, they reported that violations dropped by 59% in 4 months alone. But let's be clear, despite the overwhelming data that this technology has saved lives in 142 other jurisdictions, which allows ASEs, it won't be an easy task to pass at the state level. This too is about saving lives and changing behaviors. It's not about filling our coffers, as some people might say. The maximum fine is $100, and after cost recovery, all revenue will be used for pedestrian and roadway safety improvements. This is why today I am introducing a resolution to support Assembly Bill 342. I would also like to thank my co-sponsors, Supervisors Safai, Kim, Peskin, and Sheehy. We need to work together to speak out and be relentless in our advocacy. I am committed in supporting the passage of this legislation so that the heartbreaking work of Families for Safe Streets is recognized, so that no more sons, sisters, husbands, and friends are broken by tragic and preventable deaths, and the lifetime aftermath that every one of these families continues to experience. So, we really need to help our allies at the state level to pass this legislation. And I'm hoping that we'll have a good hearing on this, and that all of us will be convinced that this is really the two that we need in San Francisco. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Breed. Supervisor Cohen, you indicated you were submitting.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay, and Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, colleagues, I have two items today. One, Supervisor Tang had alluded to, for the past X number of years as I chaired our Budget Committee, we had the luxury of having the BLA provide financial analysis and verification behind most items coming through our committee. Last week, I chaired our Land Use Committee for the first time, and we were asked to approve an affordable housing deal through ordinance. At the time, our committee unanimously agreed that there were far too many outstanding questions relating to the developer's financials to move forward. We did approve it this week, and again, congratulations to Supervisor Kim and her team for getting this deal together. I should be clear in this instance, the Planning Commission had directed their staff to provide financial analysis to the Board of Supervisors, but our Planning Department isn't always equipped to do this type of financial analysis. Our Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development volunteered to provide additional financial analysis on the issue, but also going outside of their normal expertise and role, and resulted in what turned out to be a very messy review of the deal that the committee was left to untangle. Again, maybe I'm just too used to what we have at the Budget and Finance Committee, but I was surprised to learn that there's actually no formal process in place to independently verify the financial analysis of development deals done through ordinance. I commend our staff that tried their best to evaluate the ordinance for fiscal impact, but I can't in good conscience make important financial decisions or land use decisions without this financial vetting. So today, Supervisor Tang and I together submitted a drafting request to our City Attorney's Office to make sure that we have an ordinance in front of us that requires an independent financial analysis of one-off development deals here in our city. Whenever we decide to go outside of a development agreement, and for whatever reason, I acknowledge there are many reasons why it does make sense, I do think we still need to have a sound financial analysis in the deals that we're evaluating. And it's making sure that the City of San Francisco gets the best deal possible, but also being very transparent with our public and ensuring that City Hall does its best for our residents. So I look forward to the discussion on this ordinance when it comes about, and certainly during the voting process. The second item, unfortunately, is an obituary, and I have a few that I'm going to be doing over the next few weeks. This is for Pete Murphy here in the city of San Francisco. Pete is the father of a good friend of mine. He was born and raised here in San Francisco, actually in the Marina District. He went to NDV for grammar school, went to SI for high school, went to Santa Clara for undergrad, and in keeping in the strong Jesuit tradition, went to USF for law school. He spent his entire career at Tobin & Tobin, a law firm here in San Francisco. He was an athlete. He was a very involved citizen, in particular with his work through our different Catholic charities in San Francisco, the Hannah Boys Center, Holy Family Day Home, the Knights of Malta. He had received the St. Thomas More Award as the Outstanding Catholic Attorney in San Francisco, the Alice Phelan Sullivan Award from Catholic Charities, Alumnus of the Year from USF Law School, Christ the King Award from St. Ignatius, which is the highest honor that school bestows on anyone. He was loyal to many schools that his grandchildren and children attended, such as St. Brendan's and SI. And he was just an amazing, amazing person. And it's hard to imagine that he's gone, I know, in a better place, but he is survived by his wife, Joanne, but also his three sons, Martin, John, and Patrick, and their grandchildren, Milan, Sierra, Olivia, and Luke. He'll be missed by so many people. Funeral services are this Thursday morning up at St. Ignatius Church at USF, and he will be missed. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Farrell. Supervisor Fewer?
Yes. Colleagues, I would like to close today's meeting in memory of Ed DeWolf, a dedicated leader of the Oregon Community Garden in the mid-'70s and a founder of San Francisco League of Urban Gardeners, SLUG. In 1975, Ed DeWolf, Richmond District resident and a group of community gardeners rolled up their sleeves and pitched in to transform a sand-filled lot adjacent to a San Francisco Unified School District Child Development Center into 75 gardening plots and created a space for planted greens and foods, fava beans, kale, lettuce, and more that are harvested by neighbors. Beyond supporting a thriving garden, Ed really contributed to the neighborhood-driven movement for community gardens. The spaces that community gardens create fosters a sense of pride, is a form of expression, and provides a space for residents to interact with their natural environment and serve as stewards of community land. In 2006, members of the Argonne Community Garden dedicated a bench to Ed DeRolf to recognize his work and leadership to support our community gardens, who contribute so much to the fabric of our neighborhoods. On a personal note, my own children spent countless hours in the community garden, and the children of the Argonne Early Ed Center still use it on a daily basis. Mr. DeWolf will be missed, but his legacy will continue through the seasons of the community gardens that he helped to create.
Thank you, Supervisor Feuer. Madam President, that concludes the introduction of new business.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please read public comment.
At this time, the public may now address the entire Board of Supervisors for up to 2 minutes on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board, to include the items on the without reference to committee calendar, items 30 and 31. Public comment is not allowed when an item has been previously subject to public comment at a Board committee. Pursuant to the Board's rules of order, direct your remarks to the Board as a whole and not to individual supervisors nor to the audience. Speakers using interpretation assistance will be allowed twice the amount of time to testify, and if you would like to display your document on the overhead projector, please clearly state such to SFG TV and remove the document when the screen should return to live coverage of the meeting.
First speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Andrew Yip. Our world turmoil and social disorder are caused by the corruption and the downfall of human hearts. Worldly leaders must firstly make recovery of one's mighty self-nature with origin of absolute wisdom for the delivery of true principle for worldly rescue, with compassion of love and mercy, with absolute wisdom of true principle, with heavenly missionary pathway in destiny. Worldly leaders could make the dream of Commonwealth nation come true, of personal cultivation in extension to regulation of family order, national management, and peace of wellness of heaven below. One must follow the methodologies of understanding of holy truth, of bodily cultivation, establishment of supreme virtues, and worldly maintenance. With the recovery of one's mighty self-nature of origin of absolute wisdom, then applies of one's mighty self-nature with origin of absolute wisdom to widespread the word of true principle for the worldly rescue of the corruption and the downfall of human hearts, to turn back to uprightness of humanity and divine justice, so we could make full recovery of holy principle. The world would enjoy forever peace of wellness for seas. So human civilization would having developmental progress of creating and making well-beings and prosperity for all people of a new century. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Iris Marys, and I'm here again, now correct, to make a public comment. No one called to see how my aunt was doing, so let me just update you so that you're clear. She was removed from her home by your sheriff in an unsafe manner. The sheriff was directed by the judge to remove her in a safe manner. She was removed from her home without notice. She was in a car traveling back to her home. I had to almost talk to a dispatch operator to find out where the vehicle was before it brought her home to her caregiver, whose first language is not English. This is what occurred. She is not safely at home with me, as Zach's firm has mentioned and as your sheriff has mentioned. She has no home, and she is homeless. I would like you to know that. Her medication is still in her home, and Zach's has not responded to a request. We're still in court, so I'm not sure why your sheriff moved prematurely, but what he did, every time Zach's or the other side has to get involved, her costs increase. So I'm not sure why the city's agencies have been advancing the position of Peter Owens. Again, someone has to be held accountable. It feels like we're out here by ourselves, and you're asking a senior person to raise to the threshold of what it takes to get someone to do their job. And there's been a lot of people saying that they've tried to help us, and that just hasn't been the case. So the DA's office, your Adult Protective Services agencies are accountable, in the reporting agency, your San Francisco Police Department. No one that I have mentioned or contacted has been helpful in this. So again, we are asking you for her own health. Her services are tied to her home. It takes at least 45 days to ramp up. She cannot go on without her medical services. She was removed in a very unsafe manner by your sheriff. So I'm not sure who your sheriff was keeping safe, herself, her staff, or the individual, and I think it goes both ways. So that was her direction, and she said that she was doing what the judge said, but she also alluded to the fact that she had talked to me and that my aunt was not living in her home.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I have two items to talk about, and the first is the library's amnesty. The library's 6-week-long amnesty is coming to a close this evening, and soon you'll be hearing a lot of hullabaloo about how great the results were. We supported the amnesty because we also agree that there shouldn't be fines for late return of books, just as the library provides for all of its under 18 cardholders currently. So while we're glad that there was an amnesty and that will bring back books and users to the library, what's wrong with the library's amnesty? Well, the main thing is that the hullabaloo will obscure the harsh and ongoing damage that routine fines and fees cause to patrons, and particularly the poorest patrons. It's like a regressive tax when you have a fixed fine for a late return, and those things can add up to a very considerable amount just for the late return. It's generally understood in libraries that if you need the money, charge fines. If you want the materials back, don't charge fines. And this library is incredibly wealthy. Not only are there monetary fines, there are very harsh and immediate consequences for owing even a penny. If you owe a penny or more, you can't use Interlibrary Loan or Link Plus to get materials from thousands of other libraries. Your library use is really crippled. And if you owe $10.01 or more, you can't borrow any actual things like CDs, DVDs, books, and other materials, including laptops. Please keep all of that.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The degree of fake news is almost total. When I think about the fact that to this day, Kim, what are you smiling about? You disagree with that? When I think about more than 20 years after Oklahoma City, to this day, most people have no idea, okay, that it was an inside job. As Alex Jones has said, it leads me to the firm conclusion it's almost total. And I thank God that our President Trump called out CNN as fake news. It certainly is fake news. It's absolutely incredible. It really is. And for Hillary, to the audacity of Democrats in particular, to slander Alex Jones as if he was wrong in saying that Oklahoma City was an inside job, what it clearly was, is just incredible. You have the testimony of Officer Don Browning, okay, Craig Roberts and others that said they were threatened to be murdered by the FBI if they didn't stop the investigation, okay? This is a fact, But I'll tell you what, even though there's a lot of fake news out there, when it comes to the Christian faith, it's not a fake religion. When we Christians say to you that we have evidence for our faith, what we mean is that these authors that didn't even know each other because they lived hundreds of years away from each other, David, Isaiah, Daniel, Moses, and others that testified specific, detailed prophecies about Christ. How could that be faked? I mean, this is why Jesus said, after he raised from the dead, he called them fools and slow of heart to believe what? All the prophets had spoken.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Tom Gilberti, 6 degrees of separation. This is a government office, politicians, another government office, other politicians. Maybe it's only 5 degrees here. Last week I mentioned how Donald, bankruptcy was so good for him that he should help the American public declare bankruptcy. If you're a senior with medical bills, if you're a young graduate and you're overloaded with debt and your job is hopeless or not very good. The bankruptcy worked very well for Donald. It can work very well for the American public, especially after Donald created new banking freedoms for the banking industry. Supreme Court, questions I'd like to ask the Supreme Court. American Dictionary, democracy is ruled by the majority. I would like to ask what the Supreme Court justice thinks of in the last 16 years, the majority winner didn't win, the minority winner or the minority loser won. How does the House of Representatives across the land have more people voting for one group of people, and yet when they get to the House of Majority, they are in the minority? What about the suppression of votes? And what about after 10 or 8 years, the people of the Republic get to vote on whether we still want you as a Supreme Court justice? A little bit local, we have the Oroville Dam. We had was built to a level of engineering excellence. The Millennium Tower, the same thing, built to our level of excellence. We have Treasure Island that we're going to do to our level of excellence. We don't know what's happening. We should be doing better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to provide public comment at this time? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk, let's go to the items for adoption without reference to committee.
Items 30 and 31 are being considered for adoption without reference to committee. A single roll call vote may enact these items. A member may object, sever an item, and have it considered separately.
Supervisor Yee?
Sever 31.
Supervisor Peskin?
30.
Okay, well, let's call them individually.
Item 30 is a resolution to urge the California State Legislature to amend the Revenue and Taxation Code to enable local California jurisdictions to levy personal and corporate income taxes, which the City and County of San Francisco could utilize as a sustained source of funding for transportation and public health priorities.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank our SFCTA staff as well as Assembly Member Phil Ting. I have circulated a number of amendments. I would like to move those amendments and then move to continue this item 1 week.
Okay, Supervisor Peskin has made a motion to amend, seconded by Supervisor Yee. Colleagues, can we take the amendments without objection? Without objection, the amendments passed unanimously.
And Supervisor Sorry, Madam President.
Supervisor Peskin.
And then I'd like to thank my co-sponsors, Supervisors Fewer, Ronan, Kim, Yee, Safai, and Cohen.
Yes, and Supervisor Peskin, you realize that it will be continued 2 weeks to the meeting of February 28, 2017. Supervisor Peskin has made a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Cohen. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, this item will be continued to the meeting of February 28th, 2017. Next item, please.
Item 31, Madam President, is a resolution. Turn the page. To urge the Planning Commission to initiate amendments to the general plan's housing and urban design elements regarding family-friendly housing.
Okay, Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, President Bree. I just wanted to quickly say that this is actually, to me, a very important issue that we actually start defining what family housing means, because now that I started this push to have discussions around it from 2 years ago, 3 years ago, people are beginning to use family housing very loosely and with no official definition in the city. So it'd be nice once we push legislation, we're talking about family housing, we're talking about the same thing. So I just want to thank every single person, every single one of you colleagues for co-sponsoring this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. And on that item, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On item 31, Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan. Aye. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy.
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Fewer.
Yes.
Fewer, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please read the in memoriams.
Today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of the following beloved individuals. On behalf of Supervisor Farrell for the late Mr. Martin Pete D. Murphy, and on behalf of Supervisor Fewer for the late Mr. Ed DeRolf.
Colleagues, this brings us to the end of our agenda. Madam Clerk, is there any further business before us today?
That concludes our business for today.
We are adjourned, and have a lovely Valentine's Day, everyone.